Okay, I call to order the meeting of closed session of the Mayor and City Council at 3:31 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome and thank you for being here, and thank you to those who are viewing remotely. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Councilmember Charette. Mayor Pro Tem Canas has not yet arrived. Councilmember Flores.
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Here.
And Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you. Moving on to public comments for a closed session. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
No, we have no public comments.
Thank you. Are there any comments or statements from the city attorney?
Yes, Mayor Tran, thank you. Just one thing, it's related to item A on closed session, anticipate litigation, significant exposure to litigation. The city received a letter from Fenimore, who is legal counsel to the developer on the University Hills specific plan amendment. And so that's what we're going to be discussing. A copy of the letter is available for the public. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or statements from the city council? Yes, Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. We are definitely back because I'm going to recuse myself from items B 2 and 3, the notice of the claim against Darren Goodman and Jose Loria, because I've been named in it. Thank you.
Thank you. No other comments. We will now convene to closed session at 3:33 p.m. Council, please approach the podium, not the podium, the dais at this time. We're going to begin our meeting. Good evening. Welcome and thank you for being here, and thank you to those viewing remotely. I call to order this joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council, acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino, the San Bernardino City Housing Authority, and as the San Bernardino Joint Powers Finance Authority at 5:10 p.m. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Councilmember Charette. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Canas.
Here.
Councilmember Flores.
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Present.
And Mayor Tran.
Here, thank you. We will now proceed to invocation and pledge. We have Deacon Nelson Glass from Our Lady of the Assumption Church will lead tonight's invocation. Please approach the podium at this time. And Claire Grable from San Bernardino City Unified School District will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please all rise.
Creator God, as the summer warms up, let us all keep our cool, calm, and treat each other with respect. As the summer moves in, patience becomes short. Help us to love and understand each other. Allow your grace to rain down upon this city. We ask you to bless our mayor, our council people, our police, our fire, our first responders, that they all stay protected as they work throughout the city this summer. Do not allow us to get distracted. Do not allow us to self-importance, but allow us to be open, understand the community, and to serve it well. We ask this always in your precious name. Amen.
Please put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Deacon, and thank you, Claire. We will move on to closed session report. Mr. City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
Yes, Mayor Tran, thank you. There is only one item to report out of closed session is related to item C. There was a performance evaluation of the City Attorney's Office, and I am pleased to report that the mayor and council, by a unanimous 8-0 vote, have appointed me, Albert Maldonado, to be the new city attorney. And I am very pleased to continue serving the city, this great and historic city. And let me just briefly introduce myself for the benefit of the public, who I am. My name is Albert Maldonado. I grew up locally in Rancho Cucamonga, and I've attended local schools and then went far away. I did college at Pitzer College, one of the Claremont colleges, and after that I did my master's degree back east at Harvard Divinity School, and I completed my law degree at Northwestern in Chicago before I decided I wanted to return home to the IE and put my legal talents to use here. I am a partner at Best & Krieger, and I have worked with this city for as long as BBK has worked with this city. I was actually on the original interview team back in 2018. So I have grown with the city, and I am very honored to continue serving this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and it was a unanimous confidence in your
Mayor?
appointment, so we thank you. Congratulations.
And Mayor,
Yes.
he didn't say that he's a resident of the city.
I'm sorry, yes, I grew up in Rancho Cucamonga, but in 2021, I made the decision to move here, so I am a city resident.
Thank you, thank you. We will now move on to presentations. So we have one proclamation for Parks and Recreation Month in the City of San Bernardino. July 2026, presented to the City of San Bernardino Parks Recreation Community Service Director Vanessa Carter and staff. Please come up to the stage, and council, will you join me? Don't you love Parks and Rec? Ooh, I'm loud. All right. Proclamation of the Mayor and City Council proclaiming July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of San Bernardino. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the City of San Bernardino. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's disease. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports physical activity by providing space for sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, playgrounds, and other amenities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and educational opportunities, and whereas Park and Recreation programming such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation contributes to the economic prosperity of San Bernardino by increasing property values, expanding the local tax base, and attracting tourism, retaining businesses, and reducing crime. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, preserving green spaces, protecting natural resources, and promoting sustainability. And whereas San Bernardino's parks, trails, and community centers and open spaces ensure ecological beauty, offer places for recreation, and provide welcoming spaces for people of all ages to connect, gather, and celebrate together. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of San Bernardino proudly recognizes and celebrates the many benefits provided by our local parks, recreation services, and community centers, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and the City Council of the City of San Bernardino hereby proclaim the month of July 2026 as Park and Recreation Month in the City of San Bernardino and encourage all residents to enjoy, support, and take pride in the parks, programs, and recreational opportunities that enrich the lives of everyone in our community, presented on the 15th day of July 2026.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this proclamation, but I do want to dedicate it to the staff here and those that are not present as a gratitude and appreciation for all the hard work that they do and they put into the programming and planning of events and activities for the community of San Bernardino. So I want to thank them publicly and every day. That I appreciate you and everything that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you. An absolutely fun department, right?
Yes.
Chris. Next is appointments, and we have one appointment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments on item 2 under appointments?
We have no request to speak for item number 2.
Okay. Is there any?
Move to approve.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Madam City Clerk? Is it a call vote or digital?
Yeah, roll call vote.
Roll call vote, okay?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
And Mayor Tran.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Council. Councilmember Figueroa, would you like us to join you to?
It's up to you guys, but yes, sure.
Let's
if
join
you
our
guys wanna-
Councilmember Figueroa to appoint his
And then
appointee.
Mo, if you'd like to join us up here. on the-
Mo, come on up.
Okay. Please raise your right hand, and I'm going to read the oath, and at the end you can say I do. Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you're about to enter? I do. Thank you.
Sure, we'll go ahead and say a few words here as well. Mo, thank you so much for stepping up and volunteering to serve as a commissioner. You have meant so much to the community in so many ways. You've given back in so many different ways to the community, but also have had an impact in the business community as well. As you have, not only are you a resident of the Third Ward, you have a business in the Third Ward and other parts of the city as well. You've been through the process of what it's like to go through the process in the city of San Bernardino and in other cities as well, as you do have businesses in other cities. And so you've been through their processes, you've been through the city's process, you've invested in the community, you understand what it's like to go from a vacant lot to going to an end product as well, and running an actual business as well. And so for that, I appreciate you stepping up and providing your knowledge and experience to the Planning Commission as well. So thank you for doing so, and I look forward to having you serve as a commissioner on the Planning Board. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to take a picture with your family or.
Thank you. I just want to thank the mayor and the council member and everybody in here. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to serve in the city, and I appreciate to look forward and work with you guys the whole time. Yes.
Yeah, with family, if you want to take a picture as well.
Gail?
Again, congratulations, Mo. Thank you for stepping up into that, and thank you, Councilmember Figueroa, for the appointment. Moving on to public hearing, item 3. Quasi-judicial public hearing, Sunshine Motel Red Tag Appeal. Item number 3, quasi-judicial public hearing, Sunshine Motel Red Tag Appeal is a quasi-judicial hearing, and we will follow the procedural rules in accordance with resolution number 2018-088. I'm opening the hearing at 5:26. We do have a Spanish interpreter on site this evening, and listening devices are also available in the back of the room. If you will need interpreting assistance, please do let the interpreter know.
En este momento se escucharán los comentarios públicos para la audiencia pública. Para dirigirse al Consejo Municipal, cada individuo debe completar una tarjeta de orador. Se debe completar la tarjeta de orador y entregarla a la Secretaría Municipal en este momento. Solo aquellas tarjetas de orador entregadas a la Secretaría Municipal podrán dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. No se aceptarán tarjetas tardías. Cada persona debe indicar su nombre para registro. Si necesita interpretación en español, tenemos un intérprete presente. Por favor, levante la mano en este momento para indicar que requiere servicios. También tenemos aparatos disponibles para escuchar la Junta en español.
Thank you, gracias. Any members of the public wishing to address this body on this item, please stand and raise your hand to have the city clerk administer the oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this body will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do. Thank you.
Thank you. If any council members have had any ex parte communications outside of this public hearing with city staff, the appellant, or members of the public related to this public hearing, please disclose them at this time and share the substance of the information received. Seeing none, could city staff provide a presentation on this item? Staff will have 15 minutes to speak.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, this item will be presented by Ms. Denise Hansen from BB&K. Denise?
That's right. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Tran and Council Sure. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Tran and council members. My name is Denise Hansen. I'm representing city staff in regards to the appeals of the red tag closure notice and red tag correction notice issued on April 29th, 2026 by the San Bernardino Building and Safety Division to the property located at 570 North H Street in San Bernardino, operating as the Sunshine Motel. The appeals are filed by Attorney Frank Weiser on behalf of his clients, the motel operator of the Sunshine Motel, and the property owners. Mr. Elliott has submitted a staff report with attachments, which I believe you have a copy of, that summarize the issues and request that red tag notice and red tag correction notice to be upheld. I'd like to direct your attention to attachment 2, which is the criminal search warrant. You will note that the affiant wrote into the warrant that code enforcement officers can accompany the peace officers executing the warrant for the purpose of enforcement of any city code violations. San Bernardino Municipal Code Sections 9.92, 020, and 9.93, 015 define an enforcement officer as any code enforcement officer or other city employee or agent of the city with the authority to enforce any provision of the municipal code. The search warrant provides the authority for the code and building to be present at the property and conduct their inspections. Now I'd request San Bernardino Building Inspector Elias Revelar to summarize his involvement in this matter.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Tran and City Council members. My name is Elias Rebollar, and I work as a building inspector for the City of San Bernardino.
Sorry, I have to pause you for a second. As you're speaking, are you supposed to be controlling the screen?
It'll be on the next.
Oh, you are, because is that what we're supposed to be staring at right now while you're speaking, or?
Exhibit 2 is a search warrant. We'll be getting to the photos.
Okay, got it. So, okay, just want to make sure there's a little confusion on the dais, so thank you so much.
On April 29, 2026, I participated in an inspection of the Sunshine Motel located at 570 North H Street in conjunction with the San Bernardino Police Department, who were executing a search warrant. Prior to proceeding to the property, I, along with code enforcement, searched city records through the permit database to see what recent construction or electrical permits had been issued for the property. There were none except for one in 2002, which addressed replacing one light fixture and replacing one sheet of drywall. During the inspection, I observed numerous building, electrical, and life safety concerns that were readily visible without any destructive investigation. The conditions observed included extensive unpermitted electrical alterations and additions throughout multiple areas of the property. Unpermitted construction consisting of an office area, secured emergency escape and rescue windows, an obstructed egress door, and the absence of required smoke alarms in locations where they were required. Permit records available at the time of inspection did not demonstrate approval of the electrical installations, building additions, or occupancy changes that I observed. Based on the scope of the unpermitted electrical work, unpermitted construction, and life safety deficiencies observed, the Building and Safety Division determined that compliance with applicable building and electrical codes could not be verified. Because the electrical systems and associated construction had not been reviewed, inspected, or approved through the required permitting process, the property was determined to constitute an unsafe condition requiring immediate enforcement action. Accordingly, a red tag closure notice was posted on the property and a red tag correction notice was issued restricting occupancy and the use of the property until the required corrective actions, permits, inspections, and approvals are obtained. Since the closure, a permit application has been submitted by the owner for the unpermitted construction and it is under review. The staff report in attachment 3 includes copies of the photographs taken during the inspection on April 29, 2026 and accurately represent the conditions on that date.
Inspector Robillard, directing your attention to the photos depicted on the screen. Are these the photos attached to the staff report and taken on April 29th, 2026?
Yes, they are.
Okay, could you describe what's significant in this first photo?
Yeah, this photograph depicts electrical metallic conduit or metal tube installed across the exterior wall above the entrance to Unit 108 beneath the roof overhang. I observed the conduit running horizontally along the facade and entering the building through the exterior wall.
And how about the next photo?
This photograph shows additional surface-mounted electrical conduit or metal tube and junction boxes installed on the exterior wall adjacent to the entrance. The conduit extends vertically and horizontally and appears to serve electrical equipment.
And the next photo?
This photograph depicts the interior side of a sliding window. During my inspection, I observed that the window had been secured in a manner that restricted its normal operation, preventing it from functioning as a means for ventilation and emergency escape and rescue opening. You can see the screw holding the window about 6 inches under the handle in the center. So this photograph shows a smoke alarm base mounted to the ceiling with the smoke alarm device removed. During my inspection, numerous rooms throughout the property were observed in a similar condition, lacking the required smoke alarms necessary for occupant life safety. Missing smoke alarms were noticed in about 90 to 95% of the rooms.
This photo?
So this photograph shows electrical raceways installed beneath the exterior roof overhang along the corner. I observed multiple sections where electrical wiring and conduit had been added along the building's exterior as part of alterations for which no permits or inspections could be verified.
And what about this photo?
This photograph shows the area identified and used as the motel office. Based on field observations, permit history, assessor information, this approximately 100-square-foot office addition to the left where the office sign is, extending from the first light fixture to the end of the building to the left, appears to have been constructed without approved building permits or inspections. You can also see continuation of electrical conduit along where the ceiling and the wall meet.
All right, I'm going to skip that one and go to the next. How about that photo? Which is turned sideways.
So this photograph shows additional patch penetrations and repairs on the exterior wall, ceiling adjacent to the guest rooms. The patched areas are an indicator that wiring was fed through each roof rafter or ceiling joist by drilling a hole in the stucco, feeding the cable, and patching it back to seal it. These repairs are consistent with modifications made to accommodate electrical installations observed during my inspection.
And how about this photo?
This photograph depicts one of the electrical panels serving the motel. Multiple surface-mounted electrical conduits entered the panel through patched wall penetrations above the enclosure. Installation in this manner is inconsistent with normal practices seen through permitting process. This photograph is representative of the numerous electrical installations observed throughout the property and helps illustrate the extent of the electrical work documented during my inspection.
And what room is this taken in?
This is in the laundry room.
And how about this photo?
This is also in the laundry room, and this photograph depicts the storage area. I observed electrical conduit installed across the center of the ceiling, serving electrical equipment coming from an enclosed box. This picture is adjacent to the electrical panel in the last photo.
And how about this photo?
It's a continuation of the metal tube. This photograph depicts the exterior wall and roof overhang adjacent to the laundry area. Electrical raceways are visible beneath the overhang on the corner where the wall and the ceiling meet.
All right, and it's the same color as the painting on the wall?
It was painted to match the wall.
How about this photo?
This photograph depicts another gas unit showing surface-mounted electrical conduit extending from beneath the roof overhang where the wall and the ceiling meet to enter an exterior junction box.
And this photo?
This photograph shows the front elevation of the motel and illustrates the recessed lighting installed beneath the roof overhang on both the first and the second floors. The photograph also shows vending machines located immediately in front of a window in the sleeping quarters of management personnel, which is subject to the next photo.
And the next photo, which is sideways.
Of the next photo. This photograph shows a window located directly behind the food vending machines. During my inspection, I observed that the window appeared to have a defective or inoperable latch, preventing it from serving as a compliant means of emergency escape. The sleeping quarters on the other side of this window has an object in front of the only door in its area, preventing it from being used as an allowable means of egress to come in and out of the building.
And this photo?
So this depicts another exterior view of the office area and adjacent building. It illustrates the location and relationship of the office addition to the remainder of the motel structure.
And this photo?
So this photograph shows electrical conduit installed along the interior wall and ceiling adjacent to a ceiling fan about 15 inches away. These are the sleeping quarters of management personnel described in the previous photos.
Now I would ask building official Jeremias Arellano to explain why the conditions observed by Inspector Revelar deem the property unsafe.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Tran and members of City Council. My name is Jerry Arellano, building official for the City of San Bernardino. As a follow-up to the violations verified by Building Inspector Elias Revelar, I will expand on his findings and explain why the red tag and corrections of the Sunshine Motel must be upheld. Unpermitted or illegal construction can pose a serious danger to the public, and that danger is most prevalent in illegal electrical work because of the potential for fire. When electrical work is installed without going through the necessary review of the proposed work during the permitting process, it can result in unchecked and substandard work. Such is the case in the Sunshine Motel. Before conducting his inspections, Inspector Revelar coordinated with city staff and confirmed that the most recent permits obtained for the property was back in 2002 for the installation of one light fixture and minor drywall repair. As shown in the photos presented to you by Inspector Revelar, upon entry of the rooms, not only did he verify extensive illegal electrical work, but also a building structure addition, the removal of smoke detectors, and the altering of emergency egress routes, all done without the necessary permits. The most dangerous of his findings are those involving illegal electrical work. The photos confirmed extensive additional electrical work that resulted in added demand on the very old existing electrical panel shown in one of the photos, which can likely overload the panel and potentially cause a fire. Also, when using metal tubing that you see in the photos, the installer must adhere to the maximum allowable number of wires installed in those metal tubings. Otherwise, extensive heat can be generated within the metal tubing and again cause a fire. Compounding the electrical fire hazard, smoke detectors were removed in a large number of the rooms and emergency exit doors and windows were rendered inoperable. Finally, An illegal structure addition was constructed at the motel main office, presenting unchecked materials used, the system of how the new walls were built, and how the new structure is connected to the existing structure. Because of the seismic activity here in California, these systems must be checked before, during, and after the completion of construction to help ensure that the new work is as safe as it can possibly be. And it is also worth noting that within this addition, more illegal electrical work was found. Upon completion of his inspection, Inspector Rebelar proceeded to post and red tag the structure of the establishment pursuant to California Building Code sections 116.1 and 116.3 for unsafe conditions and noticing of violations to the property owner. You'll find copies of these code sections within attachment number 7 of your exhibit. In closing, the Building and Safety Division recommends the upholding of the red tag and correction notice to ensure the safety of motel employees, guests, and the general public. In also upholding the red tag and corrections, the City of San Bernardino will also be protected from unnecessary liability. Thank you.
We've submitted the San Bernardino County Fire Report with the staff report from the inspection on April 29th, 2026 as attachment number 6. Appellants intend to provide exhibits that include San Bernardino County Fire annual inspection reports. Were you able to verify if San Bernardino County Fire annual inspections include inspections for unpermitted electrical and unpermitted building?
Yes, I was able to speak with San Bernardino County Fire Department, and they did confirm that unpermitted or illegal construction or electrical work under the building code is not a part of their annual fire inspection.
Thank you. So we would be asking that Honorable Mayor and this council uphold the red tag closure and the red tag correction notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have any questions for staff? I do see Councilmember Ortiz.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. So I'm a little confused. I know we're talking about electrical, but why has no one spoken to the search warrant and affidavit that was issued for the location for prostitution, pimping, and pandering, where condoms and sex-related items, guns, photographs, and potential co-conspirators? Why are we not speaking to that? Because I tell you what, I know you said that the most dangerous was the electrical. Probably human trafficking maybe rises above electrical issues, because literally you're going to burn sex slaves in an electrical fire, and I think maybe human life has more of an issue. So I see it in the backup. I don't see it on the screen. Why?
Sure, if I could briefly address it and then have the building official follow up. So this hearing today is for the appeal of the red tag closure and the red tag correction notice. There are certain reasons why a building official can close a building pursuant to a red tag, which I'll have the building official address with you. The prostitution, unfortunately, would not be a basis for that. I can have him explain to you what the type of bases are, but that would be the reason why it's not being addressed today. Okay. Zero logic. I mean, you've got a hotel that's running as a quote unquote brothel and a prostitution ring, and you're talking to us about electrical issues like it's an ADU. Not you guys. Let's just talk about the universe right here. So I'm just trying to delineate why this isn't as equally a PD issue, and as we adhere to talking about everything in the backup material, why is the most basic conversation bootlegged electrical, jerry-rigging a room, when I think the biggest contributor right here is that people are being brought here and pimped out? I guess I'm kind of misunderstanding the importance of keeping this place reg tagged, because it isn't for me an electrical issue, it's for me a human trafficking issue. What am I missing, Mr. City Manager, or Mr. Attorney? I'm sorry. I just need, because I see it in the backup, and
why aren't we discussing both to keep it closed? Because you can correct an electrical issue, you want to get them up to code compliance, how do you stop them from human trafficking women into sex slavery? How do we stop that other than bringing people up to code? I'm just so sorry, I just can't, why am I seeing this?
So, Madam Mayor, so when you are dealing with businesses such as a hotel in this, or a motel in this case, there's different types of regulations that you have. What you have in front of you as far as this hearing is the red tag itself. It does not have to do with the issues that you're speaking of. We also have another hearing that's also going on related to what you're speaking of, which is a separate hearing that's not in front of the city council. It's a separate hearing. But on this hearing, it's the red tag and it's the appeal of them red tagging and shutting down it for building inspection reasons, which is the electrical. And so that's what you're determining is whether the building department was reasonable, whether the building department and code enforcement were reasonable in shutting down the building for red tag purposes. That's the issue that's in front of you today. I understand your concerns with the other issue, but through the legal system, this is the issue that's in front of you today.
Is the warrant available to the public? Is this all in the, because here's.
Yes, it's part of the packet.
Okay. So, yeah, but no, because you can, for all intents and purposes, say the subject matter is code, agree with you, 100% red tag, that's a violation. But then you cannot provide the public everything and say, but these are separate issues. I mean, I get it, but I don't, because I think, like, why didn't we combine issues? I guess, I correct my ignorance. Why aren't we doing the same thing at the same time, right? Because we can keep it red tagged because they've committed these violations. So how do we course correct the whole thing? I don't know.
May I respond?
Yes, please.
So the city staff has also pursued separately a revocation of the motel operator's permit. So that is happening at the same time. That involves the police department. That involves evidence for what they gathered when they executed the search warrant. The reason why we have included the search warrant in this packet is for the sole purpose of showing that building and code were lawfully on the premises and had a right to inspect.
I'm sorry, clarify that for me. Because there was a search warrant, you were allowed on the property?
Correct, because they were written into the search warrant that code enforcement could go along with the police officers. That was the purpose of providing a copy of the search warrant.
Okay.
Just because the appellant in their appeal made complaints that staff was improperly on the property without a warrant. So in order to address that complaint that was raised in their appeal, we provided the council and the mayor with a copy of the search warrant, which provides the basis for them to be lawfully present.
Okay, because that makes sense. Because I think my issue is, like, the idea of the idea of motels in the downtown having electrical issues versus having prostitution issues, we see it. You can go out, like, literally and pull out around us, and you're watching Janes walk down the street with zero consequence. And I don't care how people feel that the law has allowed to dictate it, because you don't see what we have in our city in other cities to this extent. It's like we turn a blind eye and blame politicians for the prostitution and the sex trafficking that happen here without the enforcement. And so I guess while I have this moment, I'm going to say it's crazy that we're not addressing prostitution in the way that we should be and looking and turning to code violations as a reason to shut down people who exploit women for sex. Because that's all you're doing right now is literally shutting something down that an owner has turned a blind eye to, knew about, and didn't care, and turning it into a code violation issue when it's a human rights issue. So I'm done.
Thank you. Councilman Figueroa, followed by Councilman Canas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And in fact, if I may just go off for a little bit, Council, earlier this year I had proposed, I think it was earlier this year, if not, it was last year, proposed an ordinance specifically for this, so that if there was an operator in the city with all these circumstances being found, that they would immediately lose their business license. So that's just an aside. I think it was passed unanimously by the council, specifically because of things like this. And again, I don't know if it's separate because this is kind of like a code civil issue, whereas the other is more criminal. I don't know if it's like a due process thing.
Mayor
Is that
Tran,
why?
if I may.
Yes.
I'd like to answer the question. Let me put a fine point on this. The search warrant, the impetus of the search warrant was for criminal enforcement.
Correct.
For addressing the alleged human trafficking, sex work, etc. Within the search warrant, though, it allowed code enforcement to also be on the property and to inspect for code violations.
On page 10
Okay.
of 11.
So they are related, but they are distinct. But the reason that they're distinct is because who hears the item. So you have a motel revocation process that the code says it has to be heard before the city manager. And there already was a hearing before the city manager on that issue. City manager has not issued a decision yet, but the hearing happened. Now, Councilmember Ortiz, you mentioned the point about how do you stop the activity and stop it now. That's where the red tag part comes in. Because even though the red tag is related to, alleged electrical and building issues, if a building is red tagged, the function of that is that no one can enter the property, period. So that stops any alleged activity immediately as soon as a property is red tagged. The owner of the property has the right to appeal that red tagging, and the code says that the building appeals board hears that. You don't have a seated building appeals board. So you default to what the California Building Code states. And the California Building Code states that the city council hears appeals to red tagging of properties. So that's why there was a distinction, and that's why they're being heard by different people and bodies. So I hope that clarifies.
Very helpful. Thank you so much, Mr. City Attorney. Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes. So opposing counsel's assertion will, of course, be that their Fourth Amendment was violated and that the city had no right to be on the property without a warrant, right? And in this case, I don't know which attachment it is, but in the warrant, it was signed by the judge, I think April 20-something, I found in here. On page 10, it clearly states that code enforcement will accompany the peace officers executing this search warrant for the purposes of enforcement of any city code violations following the execution of the search warrant. Their justification and reasoning for it is because it is common for suspected brothels to have numerous health code violations, such as unsanitary conditions. And so I'm assuming they haven't spoken yet, but I'm going to get a little ahead of myself and say that their assertion will be that this was warrantless and that the city didn't have authorization to be in there. Would your position be that the warrant justifies the city's presence with code enforcement on the property?
Absolutely, that would be our position. That's exactly what it does. The warrant says that they have the lawful right to be there. I provided as attachments also the definition of enforcement officers in your code to explain why that can include also building and code enforcement.
Okay. Now, and again, I'm not an expert in any of this stuff or a criminal defense attorney or anything like that, but with search warrants, as it pertains to the criminal aspect of it, what they're searching for has to be reasonable in what's written in the search warrant, correct? So, for example, and I'll give a hypothetical, if what they're searching for is a piano, they can't be looking in microwaves, right? Because it's not reasonable to find a piano in a microwave. So if what they're searching for is criminal behavior related to pimping and sexual abuse or whatever, I'm trying to find the page on here, would those same rules then also apply to code enforcement, to where if code enforcement is there, is it reasonable for them to go searching in for things that are not immediately visible? So like in my example, like if, let's say you're searching for, like I said in my hypothetical example, you're searching for a piano, it isn't reasonable to look for it in a microwave or a refrigerator, but it would be reasonable to look in a living room or a bedroom because it would be reasonable for somebody to hide one in there. But in that process, if you come across, let's say you go into the bedroom and find packs and stacks of cocaine, would that then be allowable to be prosecuted in some manner? That's, I mean, it wasn't part of the search warrant, but they came across it. Is that then allowable to be, is that person held for a crime of having cocaine in that
So
home?
that specifically is called the plain view doctrine. So if peace officers or other government agents are lawfully in a place, they're allowed to be either with consent or because they have a lawful warrant and they observe a violation of law, then yes, that evidence would be susceptible to be the basis of a crime. In this case, there's a list on page 9 of the search warrant as to what they were searching for, the peace officers. But the description on page 10 allows them to encompass the entire property in search of any violations relating to city codes. And the city has adopted the building code, so any violations of the building code and electrical code are considered city code violations.
Okay.
I'd also point out that when Inspector Revelar gave his statement, he explained that he did not do any destructive investigation, so he did not tear anything open, so it was only what was visible.
In plain view?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what I'm trying to get to, because what's listed on the search warrant is for sanitary violations, right? And so I'm trying to get to the point where you do have, based on the search warrant, permission without violation of the Fourth Amendment, because the judge has signed off on it, to be on the premises to search for unsanitary conditions, right? But through the process of searching for unsanitary conditions, if you happen to come across other violations, it would be allowable and permissible because it's in plain view then.
Correct, and the warrant doesn't limit them to unsanitary conditions, that's just, it's a such as, so that's one example of what they could find.
Okay. That's all for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good questions. Councilmember Canas? Mayor Pro Tem Canas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to state, because to Councilmember Ortiz's point, obviously the prostitution sting, it was so egregious, it was reported by multiple news sources. And in the backup, it does actually have the search warrant. For future, I think it would be beneficial for the council when it comes to these quasi-judicial hearings if we probably receive legal counsel ahead of time so that we are better prepared. I understand that there has to be 2 separate hearings, but going into this, I don't believe that either of us knew that. So if just a recommendation for future so that the council could be better prepared, it doesn't look like we are negating something that was so egregious that happened in the city of San Bernardino and that is a major issue. It would be wise for us to receive more legal counsel ahead of time. Thank you.
Any other comments by council? Seeing none, thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, oh, Councilmember Ibarra.
I'm not sure if this question was completely answered. I've been trying to gather. Could our staff gotten a search warrant without talking about the other activity, or vice versa? Could they have cited the hotel for the activities that we're doing? And that way we can justify the search warrant that it's in the packet.
So code enforcement and building officials are allowed to get inspection warrants and abatement warrants, but they cannot get a search warrant. A search warrant is only, can be obtained by a peace officer. So code and building could have pursued an inspection warrant if they had a belief that there were code violations. But until the search warrant was executed, staff was not aware that there were code violations of the property.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz, followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Ibarra, for that. And I do want to talk about what, real quick, or echo to staff, that Councilman Figueroa did bring this forward, right, as a mechanism. We also have something else on the table, which was requiring either yearly or every 2-year inspections on all commercial it was multi-residential, so we were looking at apartment buildings, as well as hotels, making sure that they are adhering to all of the building standards, code standards, to renew their business license. Because what this is you literally, and I'm going to keep saying this because I really want to drive it home, and Mr. City Attorney, I really appreciate the delineation, and Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate, right, we weren't prepped, right? We didn't know that this is 2 different judicial hearings. But if it takes electrical issues to beat down prostitution, we could have seen this years ago. We could have literally seen, if we were inspecting all of the, if we had the right to inspect based on our own municipal code, to check for proper building code and safety issues, fire, without having to allow women to be sex trafficked in the city of San Bernardino and come to a warrant, we could alleviate a lot of these problems. And so we're playing catch up in a public hearing to stop human trafficking. We had to issue a search warrant to check code issues. So I don't want to leave this public hearing without an understanding to my residents, and I hear, and Councilman Figueroa has been very vocal about this in the past, is we shouldn't leave these hearings with a void and a gap on how to stop prostitution and brothels in the city of San Bernardino, let alone electrical issues. So if we could, as we ponder, pontificate, opine, in the future, I don't ever want to see this again. We should never have to see this again in whatever we control in the municipality of our governance, because this was a fix years ago. So and Councilwoman Ibarra really drove that home for me, that's crazy. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem Canals?
No, and I just wanted to circle back to the comment that was made, because a blind eye was not turned. A police operation was completed, and that's why we're here right now. I want to also circle back to Councilmember Figueroa's ordinance that he had proposed, because it was unanimously passed. Can we come back to that? When can we get an update in regards to where we are and how soon we can implement it, what's needed to implement it? I think that's a bigger question in regards to how do we prevent ourselves from continually winding up in situations like this?
Staff, did you have a response to that, or?
We'd have to come back with that answer.
Okay, thank you. Any
Can we
further
have a
comments?
reasonable timeline in regards to when?
I'd have to go back and come back with an answer to you. I don't have a.
If you could just keep us informed on the update, when it was taken to, when it was approved by council, and when it's
I'm sorry, Mayor, but that's not an adequate answer, Mr. City Manager. There are women's lives and young men being trafficked in our city. How about the max, you get 45 days to come back with an answer to us, because these are people. This isn't just a statistic, these are people.
I agree.
Would the second meeting of September,
I believe so. Yeah.
can we come back?
Yeah.
A second meeting in September, please. Thank you. Councilman Ibarra?
And also, we've had reports of things being done at these hotels in downtown already. There's record of that. So we're only red tagging and closing down this hotel because of the electrical. We should be able to also red tag and close out those hotels if they're caught with the pimping and prostitution in our city. So if we can bring that back ASAP, that'd be great. But that was my comment I wanted to make, because we know there have been things already done throughout the city. And we know where it's happening, but those business owners are still operating. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, Councilman Figueroa?
And I'm sorry about this. There's an attachment that's written in all red. I think, I'm not sure who was written by, it was an inspector. And it lists lots of different things on there. It's like a handwritten note. And it does not permit anybody on the property, correct? Nobody is allowed on that property with the exception of corrective, for corrective measures. Is that accurate?
Yes, Councilman Figueroa, that's correct.
Are there any penalties? What are the penalties if somebody is on the property for non-corrective reasons?
So potentially, it would be a violation of the California Building Code, Section 114, if you enter a building that has been red tagged, and the police can arrest, and this city prosecutor can review that for filing, so it could be a criminal prosecution.
Have there been any permits submitted for plans of corrective measures to this point?
To date, no applications for building permits have been submitted, Councilman Figueroa.
I think Inspector Rebel would have to speak on that.
And while we get that answer, who is monitoring this? Who is enforcing this to make sure that nobody is entering the premises?
Mainly, it's the Code Enforcement Division in conjunction with the Building Division. What will happen is if they have reports or complaints of suspected entry into the property, they would check with us to confirm what should be the next action taken.
And so I could answer that original question. So it's my understanding that one application has been submitted for unpermitted construction, and it's under review.
And it's currently under review. So
Correct.
to this point, it hasn't been approved
Correct.
for anybody to be on premises. And it is for the purposes of correcting which specific, or is it just kind of a general, we're going to fix everything?
Councilman Figueroa, I understand the application submitted is for permitting the unpermitted structure addition to the main office.
Which is in the photo.
Which is that photo there as well?
Yes, sir.
As part of that process, is it a requirement to list specific individuals or companies that are allowed on there and who is not allowed?
No, sir, not specific. What would be, it would be design professionals or licensed contractors to assess the existing conditions, which would be necessary in unpermitted construction to verify the conditions that they're working with.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. No more questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further comments by council? Great questions and comments, council. Thank you so much. We will now, at this time, invite the appellant to provide their evidence or testimony on the item. You will have 15 minutes to speak. Council members, please hold any questions until the testimony has concluded. Can you turn on your mic, please, sir? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Frank Weiser. I'm the attorney for the appellants. And I have to my right Jamie Bird, who was the operator of the property, along with his partner Praveen Bob, and their LLC is Zveka LLC. And to my left is Josh Joshi, who is the son of the owners of the property, who are the Joshis, who are here in the attending also. So just to pull back here, I mean, it is a little strange here that we are here on red tack of code enforcement on matters that really concern, as the council was indicated, and I believe the city attorney, criminal matters and dealing with human trafficking. And it's a little odd to see a search warrant that talks about code enforcement. And the reason I say that is I litigated a group of cases here for the motel industry back in the 1990s when Jim Penman was your city attorney. And Penman put me on the map. I mean, I got major published decisions from the Ninth Circuit against the city dealing with motels, code enforcement issues that were clearly, I think the courts found that the motels were not living up to their obligations. Nevertheless, the Constitution still applies, and the city has its obligations under the Constitution, and Penman lost a series of cases in 1994, I believe, and 1996, and a case I litigated for a motel, Patel versus Penman at 103 Federal Reporter 3rd, 868, 9th Circuit, 1996. He also had a companion case. He was trying to close all the motel zones without hearings. And I was able to win 2 cases in district court against the city based for that, two motels that he simply never gave a hearing. The other case he litigated, that was a companion case. I was not the attorney on that, but it was companion case to my case, the Patel case, is a case called Armendariz v. Penman. That's at 75 Federal Reporter 3rd, 1311. I believe it's also 9th Circuit to 1994. That case specifically held by the en banc court of the 9th Circuit, United States Court of Appeals or 9th Circuit, I believe 11 judges out of 28 who were chosen to represent the whole 9th Circuit, not a 3-judge panel, that the city violated the apartment owners who were being closed down because code enforcement was being used for pretextual purposes. It was not just code enforcement. It was being used for purposes other than code enforcement, and that, unfortunately, whatever the noble goals are, and I'm not deprecating the city's concern or the council's concern about human trafficking, because I'm not here to defend that, even though I did defend at the revocation hearing, but I make that very, very clear. It's not the trafficking issue. I'm not defending that. But the constitutional issue was, can the government go beyond the scope of what they're allowed under the Constitution? And the 9th Circuit summarily rejected it in the Armendariz v. Penman case. Another case is a case called United States v. Gray, a 2020 9th Circuit case, 829 Federal Reporter, I believe 3rd or 4th, I think it's 3rd, at page 603. And that case specifically says when you have police mixed up with code enforcement, and code enforcement is going out there for supposedly just doing code enforcement, but the real reason they're going out there is to somehow assist a criminal investigation, it's a violation of the 4th Amendment. Now, the interesting thing here is we do have a search warrant, as I believe Councilman Figueroa indicated. I've looked at that search warrant. I have a lot of problems with it. Number one, I think it was pointed out by the council, there's nothing in the warrant that talks about probable cause of actual code violations. It talks about potentially brothels, quote unquote, have violations. So there's nothing there to justify that necessarily there were violations. I heard nothing about prior inspections for code violations, nothing about the city doing systematic code violations, code inspections that they found violations. This was something that I think was as an assist to the police and to the city to close the motel down. The Gray case says specifically that that is a violation of the 4th Amendment. Now, I didn't see, and maybe I'm incorrect, so please correct me if I am, I didn't see the judge in his signature specifically talking about code violations, that they had the right to come on for code violations. It does say that there's felonies, suspicion of felonies, which is the trafficking issue, and they have the right to search personal matter, personal property, and things of that sort, but nothing that addressed, if I'm correct, directly code violations. And if that's the case, and I think it's pretty clear from what I heard in the presentation by the city, the code came out there for the purposes of assisting the police in closing this property down. It's a violation of United States versus Gray and Armendariz v. Penman. So that being said, once again, I want to make it very clear. I'm not here to defend tonight human trafficking. Nobody can. What I am here to defend, though, is that we have owners here who are going to testify that they certainly had no prior knowledge of code violations. The operators had no knowledge of prior code violations. And the issue is a very, very limited one. Was the city correct in closing the property for code violations? And was there a basis that would allow it to keep it closed? One other point I want to make out is I think it's pretty clear, unless I heard there's testimony that I missed, there were no prior city code inspections. And the warrant itself said, once again, not specific saying, oh, we think there are these violations, and we want to go out and inspect to see if they're corrected, or we cited, or whatever. The problem with having code mixed up with the police is they're totally different standards. Code of Civil Procedure 1822.50 deals with administrative search warrants for code. That requires a city to go out, they get a warrant, they have to post on the property or on a motel. We're coming out there for code violations, give you 24 hours prior notice to then challenge the warrant. And unless there is an emergency exception that the code violations justify an emergency, at which then the judge can point out they can go out without that 24 hours. But there's nothing in the warrant that addresses that issue. Sure, it addressed after-hour inspections because of criminal activity, but not for code violations. So my contention is this warrant is facially invalid, even when a judge or state court judge signs it. United States Supreme Court authority is very clear that you can make a facial challenge. You can make a facial challenge in federal court against a state warrant, but I'm preserving it for the record. I understand the council is going to be reluctant to deal with that issue, but I am preserving it for a court record. That being said, I want to introduce Mr. Byrd and ask him if he can tell us the history of just the code violations. We're not talking about the alleged trafficking issue. When did you take over the property?
We took over the property in December of 2023, and there was no time, at no time since December 2023 were we ever aware of any type of code violation with any type of electrical or safety issue.
Did the city inspect the property from 2023 until this particular red tag?
I think that they might have had a fire inspector that was there, but I don't know for sure.
Were you ever cited? Was Azveca or you and
No.
Mr. Bob ever cited?
We were never cited
So-
for anything.
Is it fair to say from 2023, when you took over as lessee, till the red tag, you never had any prior code citations?
That is correct.
And did anybody from the city ever indicate to you that the property was a danger or posed a danger to the public?
No.
Code violations?
No.
So is it fair to say you were surprised as far as the code violations to what the city did in terms of red tagging?
Yes.
And subsequent to the red tagging, did you have any contact with any city inspectors?
I don't, not personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it your understanding that the Joshis or the owners want to correct the property?
Absolutely.
And take it over?
Yes.
And they were not involved in the actual operation of the property, correct?
No.
And you're willing to give that over to them?
Yes.
And they are willing to correct within reason anything that we're dealing here with code violations?
Correct. And what they've also submitted is for a correction of all of these safety violations. I mean, the goal is to have something that is a safe structure for anyone who might stay there or visit.
Okay, now, there is a booklet of exhibits on our end that we produced, which I believe the council has. And they're exhibits 1 through, I don't know, 1 through 4. And I know that you marked them as city or permits, city fire department receipts, but they may be erroneously marked as city instead of county. But I just want you to identify Exhibit 1, what is that?
This is the annual inspection report. Annual inspection report that we received for the property.
And this was from the fire marshal?
Yes.
And did you pass the inspection report?
We did.
And was any citation given to you in the inspection?
No.
And were you told by the fire marshal that there were any emergency dangers at the property as far as occupancy?
No.
Okay. And then I'd like you to look at exhibit number 2 and tell me if you can identify that.
That is a receipt for paying for the inspection.
Okay. And what was the receipt for?
For the annual permit.
Okay. And you received annual permits business license permits from both the city and the county?
Yes.
And you received annual health permits from the county?
Yes.
And the city too?
If they give that, yes.
But I'm talking about business licenses.
Yes, we did receive the business
And when you
license.
received your business licenses, were you told that there were any safety conditions at the property?
No.
Any conditions placed on the property or on the business license?
No conditions were placed.
Now, if you look at Exhibit 3, if you could identify that, please.
It's just the invoice summary of what they were looking at.
Okay.
So.
And then Exhibit 4, if you could
This
tell us
is-
what that is.
This is a fire alarm inspection report from the company. I guess that they're on San Bernardino's approved list of companies to do these inspections or in this area, and they tested everything and everything checked out.
Okay. Now, once again, I just want to make it very clear for the record, you never had any contact with city code enforcement from the time you took over possession of the property as a lessee until Red Tag indicating to you that there were any violations of the municipal code,
Yes, that is correct.
and never told by any city inspector that the property was in a condition that posed a danger to the public?
Yes, I was never made aware of that.
Okay. I would like to ask Mr. Joshi. Could you identify yourself, Mr. Joshi?
Yeah, Dipen Joshi. I'm the son of the landlord of the hotel.
And who are your parents? Could you identify them by name?
Yeah, Prakash Joshi and Meena Joshi. They're sitting behind, 2 rows behind.
And how many years have they owned the Sunshine Inn?
About 12 to 15 years.
How many?
12 to 15.
And in that time, have they ever been notified by the city that the property is in substandard condition, up to the red tag?
No.
And were they ever cited by the city for substandard conditions?
No.
Prior to the red tag, did your parents receive any notice from the city that there was going to be a inspection of the property?
No.
Did they receive any kind of a notice that it was in substandard condition?
Not at all.
Now, you're going to be taking over the operation of the property?
Yeah.
And you intend to make whatever reasonable corrections to work with the city, is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
And have you contacted the city in terms of that?
Yes, we submitted a permit for the extended office.
Okay. And what was the response by the city?
It's still pending. Been a month almost.
I can't hear you.
It's still pending. It's been a month almost.
They have not gotten back to you?
No.
Is there a plan of correction that your parents have?
Yes, so after the approval of the office extension, which we are going to back permit, we will also submit, along with the office, submit all the other.
15 minutes it has been up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do any members of the council have any questions for the appellant? Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. To the son, does your family own other properties?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
To him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Does your family own other hotels? Is this your first hotel?
This is the first one, yeah.
You guys have never owned a hotel before?
No.
So, let me, so these pictures, I see you talked about the fire alarm inspection report. And that is from August 29th of 2025. And then we see that there were no fire alarms, in any of the rooms in 2026. You didn't know that?
So most of the guests, they like to smoke in the room, so they take out the smoke detectors.
And you know that's a code violation, by the way, right? How do you know that? How do you know that they like to take them out?
We keep repairing them.
Okay. How often? Every day?
Once a month, we have to go through all the rooms and put new ones in there.
So you would have receipts of purchase of all of the,
We don't operate right now.
but you would have,
Sure.
of course, it's a business write-off, right? So you would be able to produce receipts to the city
We
for
don't-
each of the smoke detectors that you continually have to replace, right?
When we used to operate, that's what we used to do.
Yeah.
We don't currently operate. Jamie does.
Jamie, do you have the receipts of every fire detector you've
I don't
continually?
know, I don't know if we have one for every one, because sometimes it might be paid with cash, sometimes with the credit card from Home Depot, other times they're ordered online, but we have a lot of the receipts. What happens with these smoke detectors oftentimes is that they're actually taken and sold again. So we do check and replace these all the time. Every room had a functional fire alarm and a smoke detector, at least at the end of March. And it could be that they were all stolen even that same night, because that does happen often. And so even if one of the council members wanted to look on Facebook Marketplace, you'll find boxes of these that they're getting from somewhere. And so then that's oftentimes what happens here. It looks like it might be an egregious violation where he said 99% of the rooms, and I think there's 22 rooms over here, and I think there were 9 or 10 of them that were missing. So it was a significant amount of them, but this is an ongoing problem that we deal with on a daily, weekly basis.
So when I stay in, you're a motel or a hotel?
Motel.
Okay. I normally have to put a credit card down, and if I do something that's not good, I get charged. So do you carry those receipts? Are you if it's an ongoing issue, are you not requiring reimbursement from the people staying in your establishment to where you would be able to record that expense to them? Because I know there's pet deposits, cleaning deposits, smoking deposits. How are we doing that?
I guess we have all of the records, but I don't think there's a deposit that we're holding or collecting from them.
Why? This seems to be an ongoing issue of theft and violations that's potentially harmful to health code violations, as the warrant says, and on the other pictures that you've been that's been provided to us, you guys lock the windows. So what if there's a fire in an adjacent room and there's no detector? How are we getting out?
What was presented, it makes it appear that all of the windows are locked, and that might be a problem with one room. I don't know why that one was secured in that way, but that is not the case with probably 21 out of the other 22 rooms. That I can't explain that screw that was in place. That could have been put in even by a guest. I don't know. But that is absolutely not something that we do or would ever think would be judicious.
So what about the wires running directly into your electrical box that say on and off? No one saw that one?
I don't think there are wires that are directly running in.
You have conduits. The pictures on, can you pull that up, Mr. City Manager? Please. Right, yeah, that one, right? How to read a safety data sheet. Now, I'm not an electrician, but I'm probably going to tell you, don't touch that. Because you literally have an on and off switch above your electrical panel, conveniently right next to your fire extinguisher. And brilliantly covered in whatever goop
and cover, whatever that is, now, does that shit look legal to you? Does it look, if you're buying something, if I'm buying something, let's just be real. What about that looks legitimately installed to you?
Yeah.
What says this is, you know what? They paid top dollar for that one. I don't see it. Right next to your electrical pan. And then let's say you follow it into the myriads of rooms. City manager, get me where that line runs into a ceiling. That one, and then get me to where it runs into another ceiling. Keep going. That one, go back. So you got it running up the side of a wall. Go to the one where it looks like it's running a ceiling fan. What about that looks legitimate? What says, this is a fine establishment, I think I need to spend money and buy this? Because you know what bugs me? I'm gonna tell you what bugs me. As just a human being, it bugs me when I hear things that you would never put your family in danger of. You'd never put your wife and children, if you have them, husband, spouse, whoever, parent, you would never put your family in that hotel. Because an average person isn't gonna put someone that they love in a place where women are being sex trafficked into, where you have electrical cords being run into a ceiling fan, where you have gates against your windows where they're locked, where you don't have smoke detectors. But why is that okay in the city of San Bernardino? And then you sit here, and by the way, I get a lot of people won against Jim Penman. That's why he was recalled and has never been reelected in this city. His level of failure is all on his own legacy. And you know why we course corrected? Because we're not gonna fail anymore in this city. But to sit here and act like you just bought a hotel out of the graciousness of your heart and have no other idea of why these violations exist. And in the warrant, in your warrant on page 10, it speaks directly to code violations. And I've become very familiar with warrants. So let me tell you. Your affidavit requests code enforcement officers to accompany the peace officers executing the search warrant for the purpose of enforcement of any city code violation following the execution of the search warrant. It is common for suspected brothels, sir, to have numerous health code violations such as unsanitary conditions. So the warrant speaks directly to code enforcement, and code enforcement was actually under the police department for quite a while. So it's one and the same. But I just don't buy it, because either you're completely incompetent to run an establishment, or you knew what was going on. But either way, you failed. So why is that our problem? Why do we have to sit, and why is that our problem? That you worked there and didn't watch people in thongs and fishnets coming in and out at an hourly rate? Or you didn't see conduits up and down your walls, and you didn't see wires directly attached to a panel? Stephen Wonder can see that shit ain't good. I don't understand that. None of us could get away with that in our homes. And if you're not angry about that, I don't know why not. Because either your parents didn't know how to buy a building, and were absolutely, you didn't get an inspection? You didn't have anybody walk through your building and say, this probably isn't up to code, don't put your money here? Nobody does that. Nobody. Unless you can think you can get away with things, no one's gonna know, because the city of San Bernardino is completely inefficient and they don't follow up and they've turned a blind eye for years. Well, you know what? There are no blind eyes here anymore. Not as long as I'm sitting in this seat. There are no more excuses to this level. It's not okay. And my colleagues may feel completely different, but you cannot show us this in addition to a warrant for prostitution and act like any of this doesn't matter, or why it's a Fourth Amendment violation versus a code violation. You violated us every step of the way in running an establishment that wasn't safe. And you're only lucky it didn't burn down. You're lucky nobody died. You're lucky you didn't die. Do you live in this city? Do your parents live in this city? You want that call in the middle of the night? By the way, the 100th smoke detector that we just replaced this year failed us? You don't want that. You're lucky all you are is red tagged. I've had enough, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Ibarra.
I know we have our county fire here present, and I want to get their feedback on if that's something that the county fire, the fire marshal will be approving throughout the whole city, because they do their annual inspection. So I just want to hear from our county fire. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I did want to touch base on the fact of the violations that were found. I actually have some of the annual reports here that my colleagues have actually conducted on this property, and it's been, to what I can see on our system, that we've seen reoccurring violations year after year after year. It's a consistent of lack of fire alarm up to date, fire extinguishers, smoke alarms, and I will touch on the smoke alarms as well. Not only are they missing, but if you look at our exhibit report, some of them are actually inoperable. I was actually on site and tested the smoke alarms. So it's not the fact that they were just missing, but if they were tested previously, they were inoperable. Batteries were pulled out, and some of them were just not alone functioning at all. Code does require, if they have been changing them, code as of, can't give you the exact date, but a couple years back, the code has been modified to require smoke alarms to be changed to a 10-year lithium battery, so they can't be tampered with. If you look at our exhibit, some of the ones that are still in there now are actually non-code compliant because they actually still use the D battery. So anything in regards to, like I said, some are missing and some are just completely inoperable.
Okay, and my next question, I saw that they paid their annual, it says here dated September 25th, San Bernardino County Fire Department, Office of the Fire Marshal, inspection status, it says corrected violations pass. And we still have that on the property. Is that okay with the county fire?
Do you have a year on that report?
2025,
2025?
September.
So what I currently have is that the violations that were previously noted on an inspection were then corrected. The only 3 violations that I currently see is that the fire alarm was inoperable at the time, or they provided a inspection report that they had a company come out and test the alarm. So they have an annual requirement for them to have a C10 contractor come out and test the alarm. And the other thing that was corrected, to provide proof that the smoke alarms had been, the ones that were missing were previously installed.
Okay, because I too am concerned with the conduits in the laundry room that they were showing us.
Correct.
That could be a potential fire hazard.
Yes.
And I don't know if you guys caught on to that when you guys went out there, and if there's any reports telling them that they cannot have the conduits that the way they did?
Yes, so I can touch on the fact of the electrical. So our annual inspection, which we don't need a warrant to conduct an annual inspection, our authority to enter a premise actually comes from the California State Fire, the Fire Code, which gives us authority to enter a building at any reasonable time of normal operating hours. In this case, all our inspections are done during normal operating hours. The electrical work, we typically don't look at unless it's exposed electrical, typically under 10 feet, which could potentially cause an arc issue. If it's ran within conduit, we typically don't know what is actually permitted or unpermitted. But our annual fire inspection report does not consist of any unpermitted electrical.
Okay. Those are the only questions I had. I wanted to hear from you guys, because, you know, we're hearing some information that doesn't make sense to me, for example. And so thank you for clarifying that information.
Thank you. We have some more questions for you. Councilmember Figueroa?
Thank you. Just some clarification. Were you citing the violations per this incident, or was this the assessment, the review in previous years?
So the one we were referencing with Councilmember Ibarra, that was a 2025 report. That was the previous year. The one that was currently conducted it would be different. It would be a 2026 report, and I'm sure our office.
And so in 2025, there were violations found?
That is correct. I can go back to 22, and there's violations every single year.
And so it was, the owner was notified that corrective measures were required at that point. And what were those items listed again? Is it a long list, or is it just a few little things that you can?
It's a common anomaly every single year. It's typically provide that you've serviced your fire alarm, fire extinguishers, and there was some signage issues that were needed to be corrected every year. So our current process is that we inspect the property and we give the property owner 30 days to correct the violations. We typically come back in about 30 days. From there, if they don't have any the violations corrected, we come back for one more reinspection, and then we start assessing additional reinspection fees. So it's not that we would assess citations immediately. We have to give them the opportunity to correct any violations that we have noted within a reasonable time frame.
So it would be reasonable then to conclude that the owner would know that smoke alarms or smoke detectors or other signage or things like that would be a violation based on previous violation incidents, right? Because they would require corrective measures. So I'm just drawing a conclusion there that it's like, based on previous violations, it would be a rational conclusion to know that any ongoing issue with this would be a violation. And I'm just drawing that conclusion. I'm not asking you to.
It would be my opinion, but yes.
Okay. Is it part of your process to review and inspect escape routes, so to speak? Like, so if there's bars on windows, is that within your purview as well?
So in the instance of the hotel, the bar windows were actually on the office, which we would consider their personal dwelling. It's not transient. So we don't have the premise to enter into somebody's dwelling, only for portions of the hotel, which would be the actual hotel rooms or the motel rooms in this instance. But their personal dwelling, which is the only unit that actually had the security bars, we don't have the authority to enter in there.
And so that would be, according to fire, would be considered a personal dwelling, not part of an investigation or an inspection.
Correct.
Are you permitted to enter occupied rooms, or are these just vacant rooms?
Typically, on an annual basis, we inspect vacant rooms. If it is occupied, we don't typically enter any of the rooms.
On the date of this inspection, and I don't know how detailed it is, does it identify which rooms were inspected, how many, which were entered for the 2025?
It does not list specific rooms.
Okay. I have no more questions for the gentleman there.
Thank you, Councilmember. I do, actually, following up, Councilmember Figueroa. You mentioned reoccurring, and you mentioned 2022, and then you kind of mentioned every year. So are you saying that every year since 2022, there has been a violation?
That is correct.
And then Councilmember Figueroa had asked about corrective measures. So per each violation per year since 2022, were those violations corrected?
Yes, so we give them the 30 days to correct the
Okay.
violation. So apparently, the individual, whoever they have on their mailing list, receives a annual inspection report, and they are aware that we are going to be coming back for a reinspection, and they will correct any of the violations prior to us coming back.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra, did you have further questions?
Yes, real quick, and this is for the motel owner. Thank you so much. You guys have maybe like 2 years with that property, and you mentioned the smoke detectors, people take them. I wholeheartedly, I agree with Councilmember Ortiz when she said, when people leave those hotel rooms, somebody should be inspecting them. Do you not have staff, cleaning staff that reports to you when a fire alarm has been removed from the wall, when batteries are missing? These are serious violations that if there was a fire, your whole building could go down. That's the concern that we're having here. As a owner of a motel, I think it's very important that you also work on having inspections every time those rooms get vacated. If they put a credit card down and you see the smoke detectors missing or the smoke alarm, fine them for that missing item, because that's vandalism, if anything. But the fact that, every year there's recurring violations, that's a concern for our city and our residents. As a motel owner, we would prefer that you be more cognizant of the people that you're serving as a business operator. And I want to leave you with that. Be on your end, also be proactive. Check every room as soon as it becomes vacant. Check it and make sure it hasn't been vandalized. You cannot be waiting for annual reviews to find out that you're missing smoke detectors or smoke alarms in your rooms.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any further comments by Councilmember Figueroa? No worries. Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you. Mr. Weiser, right?
Weiser.
Okay, Weiser. I certainly can't imagine that you would, your argument really isn't that whether these are code violations
You
or
need
not.
to speak up. I have little hearing problems.
That's okay. I imagine that your position, your argument isn't that whether these are code violations or not, right? Your position, to my understanding, is that you disagree with the warrant as it is written, because your position is that this is sort of being used as per what you cited previous case situations, that this is sort of being used kind of like a witch hunt to go after your client to shut them down. Is that more or less what you're saying?
Yeah, pretextual. I think that's what the Armendariz case uses, the language that you can't use code enforcement pretextually for other reasons than the code enforcement. And the Armendariz case and Mike Patel case established later in the Ninth Circuit case law, published case law nationally, but certainly binding in the whole Ninth Circuit, which is about 10, 11 states, that you can't over-enforce your code. So the pretextual aspect of this search warrant, of this search, is what I am getting at, that the constitutional basis. I want to give one example. I won a case in the United States Supreme Court in 2015. I know Best and Krieger, very fine firm. I've dealt with them on many cases, but they know the case. It's City of Los Angeles versus Patel, 576 United States reports at 409/2015. 5-4 decision by Justice Sotomayor. Scalia was still living, the great Scalia was still living, Justice Ginsburg was still living, and the case arose out of our challenge for 40 motels in the South Figueroa corridor, allegedly bad motels, allegedly bad traffic issues. The city of LA had a law, and it was a national law. A lot of cities had it. I think you may have had it here in San Bernardino, that you could just inspect motel records on site without a warrant, without consent, and you could do it because you're doing it to abate trafficking. And I lost at the first level, at the district court level. I made a facial challenge, which was almost impossible, saying the ordinance on its face was unconstitutional under Fourth Amendment. I won. I lost 2-1. The late Harry Pragerson was on my side at the 3-judge panel level. Then I got en banc reviewed, became a national case. I won 7-4. It's on YouTube. Patel versus City of LA, and then I won 5-4. I was lead counsel. Point I'm trying to make is, all of what you're saying here today, that's all fine. Even if I assume everything you're saying about the trafficking is correct, and I don't agree, we had a revocation hearing, and there was a lot of points brought up on our side as far as defense. But even if we agree with that, what does that have to do with what Councilman Ortiz is saying? What's it our problem? Your problem is you have to follow the Constitution. That's your problem. And I don't care if the whole crowd here claps. The ultimate public opinion is going to be either the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals or United States Supreme Court, as in the Patel case. And that's a right under the Fourth Amendment that protects everybody here, individually. So I have a real problem with that. We can all be against trafficking, but that doesn't mean the city of San Bernardino doesn't have to comply with the Constitution. And you can't bend the Constitution for whatever goals you have, even if they're noble goals. That's my problem, okay? So you're right. You want to use the word witch hunt. I will use the word in the Armendariz case, a case that came out of your city, pretextual. And it's clear to me it's pretextual. You asked a judge to sign a criminal search warrant to allow code enforcement because you were claiming that, quote unquote, it's a brothel and there are probably going to be code violations. No specification of code violations. I heard the officer now talk about there was smoke detector problems in 2025. They didn't close it down back then. They didn't find it was an emergency back then for code violations to close it down, but they closed it down now. So clearly, I think all the evidence points here that this code red tag was for not code enforcement. This was mixed up with the issue of criminal prosecution and closing it down for trafficking. And once again, that's not to justify trafficking, but you still got to follow the rules and follow the Constitution. And that's my gripe here.
Okay, so do you then believe that any search warrant is illegal then? I mean, that no, any bit of probable cause justifies a search warrant?
That's not my argument. I'm arguing based on Armendariz and based on United States versus Gray. When you mix up code enforcement with police goals, that becomes a violation of the Constitution. The code enforcement can't be used for purposes of the goals by the police.
But in that case, it is my opinion that code enforcement was weaponized for purposes of closing down a business or going after business for whatever reason. It could have been political reasons or what have you. In this case, I look at code enforcement as piggybacking off of what was an actual real issue and added to the warrant. And that is my position on that.
Well, I respect you can have your opinion. I'm not saying I don't respect it, but I'm telling you the warrant doesn't speak that way. The warrant doesn't have any specification of code violations that they're going in for. They use the word brothel with code violations, and the judge says suspicion of felonies at the property, and that's all may well be true. But the bottom line is the code enforcement was there to aid the police. And that's why they went on there. There's nothing in the warrant that justifies any kind of cause that there were actual code violations. Now, they went in there, they claim they found code violations. I'm not going to even say that I deny, not that I'm agreeing with what the scope of the code violations are, but nevertheless, they used a warrant, a criminal warrant, pretextually. And if you had followed the rules under 1822.50 of the Code of Civil Procedure, for code violations, you would have given 24-hour notice ahead of time. You'd have posted on the property because you had no basis at the time that you got the warrant that you knew there was an emergency on the property. There may have been an emergency. You can find an emergency, but if you don't know the emergency when you get the warrant, it becomes a standard 1822.50 administrative warrant. You got to give 24-hour notice. You got to give the property owner for code enforcement issues to be able to contest it with the judge. But you mix the two. You mix criminal with code. And you didn't comply with 1822.50. So you're right. I mean, that's my gripe.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes, thank you. So
You've been cited almost every year for fire. And you don't think that's an ongoing violation?
I can't.
I said, you guys have been, fire got up here, right? And they've been, you've been violating fire codes every single year. And so how do you argue pretextual when you have consistently been in violation with fire?
So that's not my argument. You're using an argument after the fact.
Why?
Because the warrant requirement requires that before you go on there, you have some kind of reasonable cause or probable cause of the code violations.
You've been in violation.
And if you go on there and you then find that there are fire hazard with the warrant, that's okay.
But you've already been in violation of fire for years.
So that violation with fire for years, I didn't hear any testimony that there was any closure or any emergency.
But
And
you've been cited.
I heard the officer indicating that they actually even corrected, if I'm not mistaken, in 2025.
But that's not pretextual because you have consistently been in violation. And then on top of a fire violation, there's prostitution.
So, Councilman, who's fooling who?
You are. You are fooling
You sat
yourself.
up here and talked about brothel, trafficking.
Yes.
The crowd all clapped on it.
It's not about cheers, sir. It is about lives.
So-
And you guys sealed windows and didn't allow batteries to be placed and then bootlegged or bought a place that bootlegged electrical. And you want to talk about a pretextual contact to the fact that you had women coming in and out of your establishment by pimps.
So
and
once
then
ag-
you want to place semantics with the word brothel in a search warrant.
So
And
let me
so
ask you what-
forgive me if I don't feel the same level of generosity that you do into making excuses for putting humans at risk. And so the pretextual context is you have felt completely emboldened to violate fire codes, to violate city codes, and then be like, oh, but oh my God, I can't believe you caught us with weapons and condoms and drugs. You know what? No, sir, absolutely never.
So, Councilwoman, I was interviewed by NBC. You could look it up online. City motel owners work with the city of LA to combat prostitution.
Sir, I was
And so
elected by the
I
city
am
of San
not here-
Bernardino.
I made
don't
it
care
very clear
if
to
you
you.
were- if
We're
you
not
have
here-
been
we're
interviewed
not
by
here
God,
today.
you
We're
cannot
not here
counsel people
today.
like that.
Sir, please, one at a time.
I don't care, sir.
So-
I don't care who've interviewed you. What you're sitting in front of us today and testifying to are violations, and you're arguing that they're pretextual when you have a history of violations.
So once again, your warrant, which you were required to get legally and properly, did not list any violations.
It allowed code to come in,
Well, a judge, because he signs it, doesn't mean that it's necessarily correct.
and yet here you are,
Well,
and you're red
we'll
tagged.
see in a court of law.
Well,
And
then
we'll
we'll
see in a
see you.
federal court of law. Just as we had in the Patel versus Penman case and the Armendariz v. Penman case.
But your
Penman-
pretextual
Penman-
argument doesn't make
Penman
sense. You're a
messed up.
violator. You're a repeat offender.
Well, once again, I stick with the Constitution, not,
so do we.
not with
Mayor
public
Tran.
opinion.
It's not public
Okay,
opinion.
calm down, please. Calm. Mr. City Attorney?
Well, I'm sorry, but to have people up here who continually do not care about people who live in this city, who are trafficked in this city, who are harmed in this city, if you're not mad, I don't know what you are. And if you'll contend to every single issue other than the fact you can't call a real electrician, there's a problem here, Mayor.
Okay, Councilwoman, I understand. I
So
know you're
his
very-
indifference
no,
is
yes,
infuriating.
Councilwoman, I
Because
understand. This
because
is
at the
why-
dollar per hour,
Councilwoman,
Mayor, at the
please,
dollar
please.
per hour
Councilwoman,
of what we deal with in
we
this
are
city
here today to address this. That's
is
why we're here.
unreal to me.
Understand.
Unreal. It's
We are here
unreal,
today to
Mayor.
address this, and loud and clear. Noted. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, I just wanted to make a point that, this public hearing is to elicit facts and information so you can make an informed decision. And I've heard similar points being repeated. I think it would be beneficial if we focus on new questions to elicit new information to help you make an informed
Thank you.
decision.
Appreciate that. Council, are there any new questions so we could continue this matter? Councilmember Figueroa?
I do have a question, but I don't know if it would be appropriate for this council or a previous council who spoke as far as the process of how the events occurred. Just a clarification again. Your position is you disagree that, or your position is that code enforcement was used in conjunction with police in the execution of the warrant. Just for clarification, is that your position?
My position is, as I stated, on published opinions in the United States Court of Appeals of the Ninth Circuit, that this search warrant and the search violated Armendariz v. Penman, which came out of your city, and United States versus Gray. And however you want to characterize it, the language used in those cases by an en banc 11 judge panel, judge court in the Ninth Circuit was the word pretextual.
So how is this warrant then compared to that case? Because earlier you said that code enforcement was used in conjunction with law enforcement.
Code enforcement did not have sufficient facts in the warrant of any specific code violations.
Okay.
They did not give the judge any particular code violations. They merely stated that quote-unquote a brothel, which is criminal activity, was normally associated with code violations, but nothing with specificity. In a warrant, the requirement in a warrant is there has to be specificity. There was no specificity. So that's another aspect on technical grounds, which I know the councilwoman doesn't like, but nevertheless, technical grounds that courts uphold that a warrant has to be specific. And the reason why it was not specific was very clear. They used the word brothel, and the judge himself said that this is primarily a criminal search warrant to determine criminal activity. So this was an adjunct to a criminal thing, and that's a paradigm violation under United States versus Gray. Read the case. Have your city attorney advise you. But that's the case out of the Ninth Circuit. I don't make the law.
Mayor.
I think my question really will, my next question will be for the other counselor as well. So no more questions for you. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ibarra, and I'd like to ask if our staff attorney can come up, and because I have questions.
I was gonna ask our code enforcement manager to come up, please, Christy. Thank you, Christy, for all the work that you do and your team. I'm pretty sure we have, I'm not sure if our lawyer, or the lawyer here understands the process of red tagging a building. And I don't know if you want to go through that process so that they understand why our code enforcement is red tagging this building. I don't see anything about the human trafficking at all, but there had to be something that triggered the red tagging of their building.
I think the Building and Safety Division is better at answering red tag.
Okay, thank you, Christy.
Good evening, Councilwoman Ibarra. So to respond to your question, in my years of experience as a code official, far more often than not, when there is criminal activity, whether it's prostitution or drugs, there always goes hand in hand unpermitted construction. And when we knew this establishment had a plethora of potential or verified illegal activity, we are generally invited because, like I said, most of the time, especially when it comes to drugs, we don't know if drugs are being manufactured in the structures. So there's a high suspicion of and high probability of building code violations, which is the premise for us going in and verifying. And when we verify the extent of the building code violations, some are minor in nature, some are egregious in nature and pose life-threatening situations. Such was the case in Sunshine Motel, which is the reason why we red tagged the building.
So the reason you were red tagging the building is for safety, for the huge amount of safety
Yes, ma'am.
concerns on that building?
Yes, ma'am. The building code does not give myself or my staff the authority to address criminal activity.
Correct. And our current ordinance on red tagging the buildings, if we have one, is there one specific saying that our code enforcement has every right to enter any business in our city or the apartments to inspect them for safety code violations?
In my professional opinion, Councilwoman Ibarra, yes, there's a section in the building code that states if there is suspicion of violations of the California Building Code, i.e. the municipal code for the city of San Bernardino, we do have a right to entry.
Okay, can we provide that to the business owner? That way they know that our entry into that building was validated per our code, and that way they know that we are trying to follow the rules and making sure that we're protecting our citizens.
Yes, ma'am, I'll be happy
Thank
to
you.
provide it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have questions for the staff's attorney in response to the appellant's attorney. Thank you. The appellant's attorney mentioned about pretextual. Could you respond to that?
Sure. So I don't believe the Armendariz case stands for any of the propositions that were at issue in this case at all. It involved a city under housing authority violations doing sweeps in the city. So I don't believe that case is applicable to this situation at all. The Gray case that he cited, he has it inverted. The Gray case involved a situation where code enforcement obtained an inspection warrant, and the court found that by obtaining an inspection warrant, which sometimes has a lower standard of proof from a judge, and then bringing along peace officers to also investigate, that was the issue. That's not our issue here. We have a higher standard probable cause search warrant where code officers are written into it. So it's inverted. In this case, we had every right to be there. The warrant was proper. The warrant allowed enforcement officers to go in to look for violations of the code, the city's code. The city has adopted the California Building Code and the Electrical Code. Those violations were visible to the inspectors when they inspected the property, and there was no pretextual is not even applicable in this case.
Thank you. He mentioned 1822.50. Can you respond to that?
Sure. That section in the CCP, that is when, that involves inspection warrants. So that is a process that can be utilized by code enforcement officers to inspect a property. There's no reason why it has to be used. A search warrant, as I said, is almost it's a higher standard, it's a probable cause in order to get a search warrant. So there's no requirement that code officers utilize CCP 1822 and obtain an inspection warrant in lieu of being written into a criminal search warrant. There's no requirement there at all. It's just another path that can be taken.
Thank you. Appreciate your response. Thank
Sure.
you. And that's it for me. Any further comments by council? Okay, thank you. All right. Then at this time, I invite members of the public to comment, provide evidence or testimony on this item. Please indicate whether you have been sworn in. You will have 3 minutes to address the council.
Oh, we didn't receive any requests to speak, but I don't know if we have anyone that now.
Do we have
wants to-
any requests to speak on this item? Seeing none? Okay. At this time, I invite the appellant to provide, well, we could skip to the rebuttal because there's no public comments. Any final questions by the council? Okay. I'm now closing the public hearing at 7:09 p.m., and I invite a motion for this item.
Mayor, I
would
move
like
to
to
deny.
I will second that.
Thank you for the motion. Thank you for the second. Madam City Clerk, please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
I wanted to be 100% clear.
I need some clarification.
Go ahead.
Actually, sorry, Council. Councilmember Figueroa has a question.
and Councilman Sanchez, I don't know, I'm not sure if this is where you're going as well, but just a point of clarification. Okay. As far as procedurally, isn't the original council, aren't they allowed an opportunity to present a rebuttal to what this?
That rebuttal is an opportunity to respond to public comments. There were no public comments.
Okay.
And I think there was actually a very robust discussion with both sides. And so, in my opinion, you're free to go ahead and vote. You can always provide another opportunity for them to give comments, but I don't think you have to.
No, okay. I just wanted procedurally, I
Sure.
wanted to make sure that we're on the right path here. 'Cause
Sure.
usually we'll have an opportunity for rebuttal okay.
Can I ask, are we entitled to closing arguments? I would think in a quasi judicial hearing we would.
If you want to provide that, you can.
And how,
That's basically the rebuttal for him. If they prepared one and are ready to prepare one, you should probably give him that opportunity.
do you have one, sir?
I'm not going to reiterate the arguments I made before. Those
If
are all in the
you-
record.
Do you have a response, a rebuttal response? You do?
Yes,
So
I
you have
do.
5 minutes.
Rebuttal to, well.
You're closing?
whatever. Okay. Well,
have 5
I'm
minutes.
only going to make one comment, one argument, and that is that the nature of this hearing is so strange, once again, because it's mixed in this issue of the assumption of the criminal activity with code enforcement, that quite frankly, I think, and council may like it or not like it, but nevertheless, I'm going to raise it, under Ninth Circuit case law, Stivers versus Pierce, if you have deprecatory type comments, that can be indicia of prejudice and bias, and I'm going to raise a Stivers objection for a court of law, that I'm asking that this procedure is not complying with procedural due process. This should not have been anything to deal with the criminal activity that was alleged by the city, that was handled in a city manager's hearing. This was purely an issue of code enforcement, and it devolved into clearly an issue of the alleged criminal activity. So I don't see how you can disentangle the two. I think Stivers is right on point. I'm going to raise it and keep it for a court of law, but I do feel that this was not in conformance with procedural due process. You do not have to ask for recusal, but I know the city would not, the council would not recuse itself anyway. But nevertheless, I am raising a Stivers objection.
Thank you.
I'd recommend you give the same amount of time to the staff's attorney.
Staff's attorney, do you have a response to that, or? Okay, thank you. All right, we will continue with the motion and second of the council.
Clarify the
Councilmember
motion,
Charette?
please. Just clarify the motion. Are we, is
So
the motion
I'm
to?
making a motion to go with recommendation denying the appeal of the red tag closure notice and red tag correction notice issued to the property located at 570 North 8th Street, San Bernardino, commonly known as the Sunshine Motel, and affirming the Building and Safety Division's determination and orders.
And once again, I will second that.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
An emphatic yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Unequivocally, yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please read the motion to the record, followed by the vote.
The motion made by Councilmember Ortiz, second by Mayor Pro Tem Canas, is to adopt resolution number 2026-095 denying the appeal of the red tag closure notice and red tag correction notice issued for 570 North 8th Street, commonly known as Sunshine Motel, and affirming the Building and Safety Division's determination and orders.
Thank you. I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 7:20. Thank you. Council, please return to the dais. Let's continue business. Thank you. Okay, we are back at 7:28 p.m. Thank you for your patience. We will now move on to the next public hearing item, item 4, continuation of a public hearing from June 3rd, 2026, introduction of ordinance number MC 1666, amending various sections of the Title 15 of the City of San Bernardino Municipal Code, adopting the new 2025 building code. All wards. The public hearing was opened on May 6, 2026, and continued to June 3rd, 2026, and then continued to today, July 15th, 2026. Could city staff provide an updated presentation on this item?
Hello again, Honorable Mayor Tran and Mayor, members of City Council.
Mayor?
Yes,
I don't mean to interrupt, but can we waive the presentation? I move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion.
second that.
There's a second. Great job.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, call for the votes.
You got the last one, so we're good. But thank you.
Mayor, we need to close the hearing and then
Oh,
also
that's
when-
right. I need to close the hearing. It is us. Councilmember Charette? Is that?
No.
I am closing the public hearing at 7:29 p.m. Madam City Clerk, there's a motion and a second by Councilmember Ortiz and Councilmember Figueroa. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, thank you. Council, thank you, staff.
thank you very much, City Council. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank
Mayor-
you. Madam City Clerk, please read the title for of the ordinance into the record.
Ordinance number MC 1666, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, California, amending sections 15.04.020, 15.08.050, 15.10.080, 15.57.040, and 15.68.050 to the San Bernardino Municipal Code of the San Bernardino Municipal Code pertaining to building and construction from Title V of the San Bernardino Municipal Code to adopt by reference the California Building Standards Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, consisting of the 2025 California Building Code, incorporating and amending the 2024 International Building Code, the 2025 California Electrical Code, incorporating and amending the 2023 National Electrical Code, the 2025 California Plumbing Code, incorporating and amending the 2024 Uniform Plumbing Code, the 2025 California Mechanical Code, incorporating and amending the 2024 Uniform Mechanical Code, the 2025 California Energy Code, the 2025 California Wildland Urban Interface Code, the 2025 California Historical Building Code, the 2025 Fire Code, incorporating and amending the 2024 Wildland Urban Interface Code, the 2025 California Green Building Standards Code, the 2025 California Residential Code, the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code, and the 2025 California Existing Building Code.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I just get 1 minute to
Yes.
confer with the clerk about something? Mayor Tran, I understand your next item in your script, it has you open the public hearing, but I want to clarify that because the public hearing for this item was closed at the last meeting. It was continued to today, but the public hearing was closed. And so you can go to that item, but the mayor and council don't need necessarily to hear testimony from the applicants or the public. You may if you want to, but you don't have to. So I just want to add that clarification because I know in your script it says to open it.
And this for item number 5?
Number
So I
5.
don't need to open it?
You do not need
Okay,
to open it.
Great, so then I will skip that. Okay, we're moving on to the next item 5, specific plan amendment 23-01 and subdivision 23-05, tentative tract map 20595, University Hills Specific Plan in Ward 5. Could city staff please provide a presentation on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. So this item was continued from the June 3rd, 2026 City Council meeting. And as a recap, the project started in 1993 as a Paradise Hills specific plan with a proposal of 504 units, but it was never built. In 2005, it was renamed the University Hills specific plan with some movement. In 2008, a subsequent environmental impact report was done by the Development Environmental Review Committee's direction, and then ultimately adopted by the mayor and common council. And there wasn't any movement on this item from 2008 to the present. So the applicant, Encore, is proposing the first amendment to the 2008 specific plan, which makes several key changes. It reduces the original planning areas from 24 to 4. It reduces the residential density of the project from a maximum of 20 dwelling units per net acre to 3 dwelling units per acre. Increase the amount of land preserved in perpetuity as open space from approximately 235 acres to approximately 300 acres. It reduces the number of allowed residential dwelling units from 980 to 327, a major decrease in size to accommodate infrastructure and emergency concerns. A complete redesign of the conceptual park plans with 3 major parks and pocket parks throughout as well, as many amenities were added. There was an update to the circulation plan to connect Badger Canyon Road south to Campus Drive and to add additional emergency vehicle access roads. Update the development standards and design guidelines to focus on single-family residential development rather than student housing. There was a tentative track map that implements the University Hills specific plan and subdivides approximately 338 acres into 327 single-family residential lots. They range from 2,700 to 4,500 square feet, including landscaping, water quality basins, roadways, hiking trails, and open space. The applicant was also requesting dissolution of Development Agreement 0802 because key requirements from the 5-year performance plan were not met. Many of the original terms are also no longer relevant, such as student housing components. This agreement will be replaced with a memorandum of understanding with Cal State San Bernardino to preserve access rights, campus protection, and operational coordination. The applicant, Encore, and Cal State San Bernardino are in agreement in finishing up the MOU with the crafted conditions of approval. As I said, the item was continued from the June 3rd, 2026 meeting due to concerns raised by the Crestline Soaring Society. Since that time, the applicant and Crestline Soaring Society have been in communications, and they're both here tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak from the members of the public?
Yes, we do have requests to speak. It looks like we have 3 on this item: Jane Hunt Rubel, Luke Berger, and Jamie Sheldon.
And do you need to swear them in? Or there's no need?
No, not for this one.
Okay, not for this one.
Yeah, Mayor Tran, if there were speakers submitted, given that the public hearing was closed, you don't have
Okay.
to hear those comments.
Perfect. All right. Are they here? Please come up to the podium, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Button. Good evening, City Council. You all know me. I'm Luke Berger. I'm the president of Crestline Soaring Society. At the last meeting, you had 2 clear asks. First, that we provide some information about the ordinance against hang gliding, paragliding, and other types of flying. We did that. We sent that in via email about the zoning on the previous landing zone. We hope that satisfies your need for that. The second ask was that the university and the Crestline Soaring Society work with Encore on our differences. I can't speak for the university, but I do understand that they have not signed an MOU yet, so I don't think that that's satisfied. What's more concerning is clearly our issue. We worked very hard on coming up with alternatives. Encore opened the first round in the negotiation and offered to remove one home, which was insulting. Crestline Soaring Society responded with 5. Remember that our initial ask was 12 to 16. We re-examined all of our possible approaches, and what we came up with was a modification to our traditional approach that allows an approach from the south and an approach from the north. I won't get into detail, but essentially, it does make it harder, especially for our intermediate and beginner pilots, but it is a workable solution. Encore's response was, well, we can maybe do 2, and if you don't decide by Monday night, that's final, and we're going to go back to our original plan. So they really left us no choice. We're standing firm on a minimum of 5. You can't build a bridge halfway and expect people to cross it safely. That's where we are. I would like to remind you that we were not provided the final drawings with accurate satellite overlays until the 3rd of June. So there was no way that we could come to this agreement earlier. It's very clear to me that Encore does not care about the community or the community's needs. They're here to extract value. They're going to create these lots, they're going to sell them to builders, and they're going to take their profits back to Newport Beach. The issues with traffic, the issues with public safety, the issues that impact the community, the university, and especially Crestline Soaring Society, doesn't matter to them. They're just going to leave all those involved holding the bag. So I would encourage you to, whatever you may choose to do, continue again, and maybe there's a possibility of something working out, or you can vote against this. That's what I would hope you would do. And Madam Mayor, I don't understand exactly your veto powers, but if those apply to this one, now is the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jamie Sheldon. I am a member of the Crestline Soaring Society, and I am on the committee that was assigned to negotiate with Encore for a solution here. And the only thing I wanted to add to what Luke said was that we didn't come at these negotiations looking for the best possible deal we could possibly get, and to try to shut down Encore. We truly came into the negotiations looking for the minimum number of lots and homes replaced or repositioned that could possibly leave us with a safe approach pattern. So, you know, we're absolutely not against this project, but with anything less than 5 homes repositioned, we won't have a safe approach pattern. And we're concerned not just about our safety, but the safety of the people who buy those homes in that approach corridor. So that's all. I just wanted to let you all know that we have gone through these negotiations in good faith, and to come from 12 to 16 homes down to 5 represents a major effort on our parts to try to come up with some solution that works for everyone, and Encore won't budge from 1 home. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker. Are there any other speakers?
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Do I go with the council comments first or close the hearing? Just want to make sure.
You can close public comments, and then after that, I understand that some of you have had communications.
Yes.
And so I want to make room for that, for you to share what those communications were, and if you can still decide with an open mind tonight, please state that.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing at 7:41 p.m. And for council discussion comments, council, do you have any comments? Yes, Councilmember Charette.
I'd like clarification. It was my understanding, I mean, we've heard 12 to 16, we've heard 5, we've heard 1. It was my understanding that the hang gliding people were offered 2 the last time, not just 1, but 2 and declined that and are sticking tough with 5. And it is my position that they're going to fight this thing until the end. I would move that we approve the project as is approved by the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to take an opportunity to speak because I did have a Fifth Ward community meeting. The Hang Gliding Society did come out and present as well as Encore, and they spoke pretty extensively about the development, the project. They spoke about the Hang Gliding Society, and I did take an opportunity to get feedback specifically from the residents of the Fifth Ward. And the consensus with my ward is they do want the development to go through. They were extremely appreciative of the Hang Gliding Society. They liked learning about it. One of the things that was mentioned, though, and I do have to note, is no one really knew about the Hang Gliding Society previous to this matter coming to the dais. They would have really liked for there to have been a lot more engagement with even the city of San Bernardino. There was talks of bringing these events and whatnot, but some constituents, came to me and said, well, why weren't these events brought prior? In addition, it was interesting, one person noted their name is Crestline Soaring Society, not San Bernardino Soaring Society. So the overarching opinion of the community is why they really appreciated the Hang Gliding Society. I think one of the members even was thinking about getting a membership and visiting. They are in favor of this project. So I will second that motion to move to approve this item.
Thank you. I do have a comment because I did take the time to go out to see where the hang gliding recreation was located, and I wanted to see for myself where the impacts of the lots were. And amazing recreation that is provided in the city of San Bernardino, and it was very powerful to see how they go from the top of the mountain to come down, and I see why it's uniquely a unique sport. When I asked the question about the direct impact of the properties of the proposed development, it was expressed to me that it was the one corner lot that would have the direct impact that needed to be addressed. And to hear the developer share that they would be willing to address that one lot, not just one but two, that is reasonable. And so I hope Council would consider to allow to address that one or two lot and to have that middle ground be for us to move forward. But again, it's this council's decision, but I took the time to go on site and see it for myself as to understand the impact. And it is a beautiful recreation that is in our city, and I'm really not against development. I'm just trying to see if we could come to a middle ground. Councilmember Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that information as well. So I guess that's my question is, to the developer or to whoever, is that still an amenable, is that, I know some want 5, some want 10, but is that corner enough, and I believe it's 327 and 1? Those two corners, or whatever, is that still an option?
Yes, Councilmember Ortiz, City Council, the developer and their attorneys here, it would probably be best for them to answer that directly.
And while they're coming up, Mayor Tran, if you want to reopen the public hearing, that way we have their comments
Yes,
on
I'll
the record.
reopen the public hearing at 7:46 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Yes, absolutely. The offer is still on the table to potentially relocate the two lots. If they cannot be relocated, then we lose them. The wrinkle to that, though, is the response that we received the Monday night also had a threat of civil litigation against us. So if we were to accept to relocate those two lots, we'd request that Crestline also releases that threat of litigation against us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
So I guess my question is that our issue? We have this option. Is that our issue? if we make this.
If you want to try and resolve this now, I recommend you call the hang gliding representative up and see if they would agree to that.
Okay, so will the representative from the hang gliders, can we ask them a question? Okay. So I guess here we are, here's the question. We have a motion to approve the project in full, or I am prepared to make a substitute motion to remove those two homes. And if you agree that that's adequate, if not, it'll move forward with all homes and no option. So where do you guys see yourself right now?
Well, this is the kind of pickle that we were afraid of because we're not threatening anything. We got council's advice that we have, what's the correct term? We have a claim to prescriptive easement. We never wanted to use this from the beginning. We wanted to resolve this in this civic forum rather than going to civil law. I would like to correct you, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind. You're partially correct. 327 was the most dangerous because it's literally right there in the middle. 326 is also at the same level as the rest of the ground and is also equally dangerous. Lot number 1 is sort of on the high end of the arc at 11 o'clock of a 300-foot radius turn. Encore did mention that, when they offered the two, that they could be interchangeable. If we leave number 1, we could do 327 and 326. Essentially, what we're saying is we could make this work, but the agreement is between the city and Encore. We're not necessarily giving up those prescriptive rights, but that doesn't mean we're maintaining some kind of a threat. The biggest thing about the prescriptive easement and the potential of the claim is that that is the only way that we have to hold Encore accountable. We've been burned in the past by the previous developers who made promises for an open space and then changed it just before they submitted the plan. So we could say, we could potentially work with this, but it is not us agreeing and making any kind of agreement that dissolves our right to that prescriptive easement claim.
So I appreciate that. I think in our last hearing, and Mr. City Attorney, if I'm incorrect, the city of San Bernardino strictly prohibits hang gliding and any flying over our city. And so for the prescriptive easement, that doesn't pertain to us given that our municipal code restricts this. And so basically the developer, if I'm reading this correctly, or is granting enough air to allow a flight path that still necessarily doesn't align with, so we're all kind of given here, I guess. We're given a corner of something we don't allow, which has always not been allowed, and finding a triangulation and how to make this work. But if it doesn't, we're going to go 2 out of 3, which is we're going to allow a full development, and then we're all going to see each other in court. So am I wrong?
You are correct in that. The hang gliding is prohibited in your code. And I received confirmation from staff that with the landing area, it's owned by the federal government. And government of any level, federal, state, county, city, there are never any prescriptive rights against the government. That is an absolute rule with no exception. And so I respectfully disagree with the advice that they have been given. I would also invite you to make room for the developer's attorney to come up and respond to that point at the right time.
Thank
Okay,
you.
can I make 2 points of clarification? One, we're not looking for prescriptive easement against the federal or the state. It's against the private property next to us. So, and also, did we not resolve the question to the city council's satisfaction of the ordinance? We sent in the information that the city granted zoning to the original landing zone specifically for the purpose of hang gliding. So we've been operating, if you count the original landing zone, for over 40 years, and no one has ever enforced. And the city council at the last meeting mentioned that, we recognize that the majority of the flying takes place over the San Bernardino Mountains. Only the landings are taking place within city limits. And again, I remind you that we were forcefully moved from our original location, which was private property in Vermont, to the new location. somewhere in those negotiations between the state, the city of San Bernardino, and the Department of Water Resources, something must have got lost because that zoning, it didn't move. If you look on your current zoning maps, you'll see our original landing zone is still zoned for, I think it's RC, for recreational, commercial. That zoning should have been applied to the current landing zone. But I think, does it not satisfy the city that an effort was made and granted to say that this area is okay for landing hang gliders?
Mr. City Attorney, do you have a?
Yes, I received clarification from staff that there is no zoning that allows hang gliding. What you have in your code, it prohibits hang gliding everywhere in the city. My understanding is also that in the flight path, their given flight path, if you imagine different colored Legos, let's say 3, red, white, and blue, if one of those colored Legos is private property, I'm not going to speak to whether they would have prescriptive rights or not, but let's just assume that they did. They have to have the right to fly over the area of all 3 Legos. And one of those Legos is over city property. And we know that the city does not allow hang gliding.
So I guess with all that being equal then, and would you guys go to that one? So we can, I'm sorry, the developer, if you could, so that we can just ask you the question. So because I really, and I think, you know, Councilman Charette and Mayor Pro Tem have been very good with this. So, are the lots 1 and 327 still on the table for you guys, if it's on the table for them, to make this happen?
Yeah, to reiterate, that is still on the table.
Okay.
Pending, we're not facing a potential civil lawsuit from CSS.
Well, we can't, here's the thing, we can't, there's, right, I don't think, if I'm wrong, Mr. City Attorney, we can't tell anybody they don't have the right to a lawsuit, right? You can't, I mean,
That's right.
we can't do that.
It's a private dispute.
It's a right? But to what he's saying is, our restrictions in your private parcel is within our restrictions, is what he's saying, right? So there's no prescriptive rights to private property when a municipal code speaks to the prohibition of that law, that activity. So my question to you is, given that, do you want to work with those missing 2 parcels, or we grant the whole thing and then you guys are still going to figure out what you're doing, but we can remove those 2 parcels to give you that landing zone clearance that you're looking for?
So just to be clear, you guys aren't satisfied with the zoning that was done on the original landing zone, as your ask to us was to find any historical record that an effort was made. Whether it was done correctly or not, I cannot answer that. But to me, it sounds like the city made the effort to zone the landing zone as, you know, RC. And yeah, maybe, so the law, because remember, we read the ordinance twice last time, and it said that the city parks director had to designate an area. For some reason, that didn't happen. The other thing that didn't happen was when the landing zone was moved in agreement with the city and the county for the DWR's project, the zoning can't move, but the zoning should have been redone. I'm feeling that pretty much satisfies the answer. The city has never come after any club member for flying around anywhere.
Right, I think enforcement, we've been clear on the enforcement, but I guess what we're saying is because we as a body can sit here tonight and make a decision to give them everything.
Yes.
Means that we do have the authority and that everything prior to that was not applicable, is where I'm going.
Mayor and council, I asked staff, they have not received the ordinance that they are mentioning. However, let's just assume that it exists. Maybe the zoning allowed it at one time. What I can tell you is today it does not. So even if it did exist, even if the zoning did allow for it, it doesn't do that today. And so it's irrelevant for analyzing the issue today, because today's zoning does not allow it.
So then, no deal? And we move forward with the.
So my question is, how do we hold, if you take that last legal recourse that we have away from us, because they want us to agree to that, but then we have no way to hold them accountable for many other things that could happen. This project changes, things move around, they change their mind, and then, what do we do then? I mean, I'm sitting here saying as an individual, not as the president of CSS, if I make you a promise, I'm going to keep it. Now, just taking out 2 of those homes, it's going to allow for a little bit. My advanced pilots, like Owen, the gentleman that performed it, he can do that. I'm an intermediate pilot. I might be uncomfortable with it, and I know the beginner pilots aren't going to be able to work with it. It's something, and like I said, 327 is the worst. And if Encore is still amenable to it, we would like to take deep consideration to whether it's Lot 1 and 327 or Lot 1 and 320, or Lot 327 and 326, because those 2 are on the same level as the grass landing zone. But I digress. My point is what assurances do we have that if we agree to this and then we say that we give up any prescriptive easement rights, that we're not going to get hoodwinked somewhere down the road?
Councilman Ortiz, can I ask a quick question? Because I'm not sure I understood your question to Luke. I understood in your conversation with the city attorney that the city council doesn't have any way to prevent us from enforcing our legal rights. So are you asking us to make a commitment that we won't do that in exchange for the 2 homes?
No, because we can't. I can't ask you to give up. But here's my question then, right? So it's triangulation. You said you give it up. You guys say you'll, Mr. City Attorney, do we then, because they're right? Like, what's your guarantee? Can we codify or come to a place where we then allow flying? If they gotten rid of those, then we can allow flying over that specific area, and that way we've amended so that they can't take it away. They can't say, oh, shoot, now you can't, we're going to build houses and you can't fly over that area anymore. We've changed our mind. Can we then make it an airspace that's legal for them to fly over in the portion of that city?
So you do have in your code, in chapter 12.88, it starts with the prohibition, it's unlawful to hang glide anywhere in the city. Then there's an exception. It says, except in those places recommended by the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services and approved by the mayor and city council. So you have the authority to carve out areas to allow for it. My understanding is that nowhere in the city have you done that, but you do have that authority.
Okay, so they could agree to remove those 2 homes, and then the Park and Recs Director, at the direction of the city manager, will bring back a resolution to us amending for approval of that flight path, and we can approve that.
Okay. I'm not going to say
I mean,
no to that.
that's, look, that's as far as I can get on this one. But I'm just saying, so that's what we can do, that's what we can do as a body for you. Otherwise, right now, the motion on the table is they get every unit that they're asking for. So I didn't go to law school, but I think someone owes me a degree tonight, because here we go.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment?
I just would like to hear from our attorneys, making sure that anything that we do retroactive to what existing ordinances are does not present any legal liabilities for us. And then I also want to hear from the developers that you are amenable to what is being asked as far as the specific lots.
I want to better understand your question. Can you rephrase it, please?
Because if I'm understanding correctly, we're talking about changing the ordinance regarding hang gliding for that specific area.
No, ma'am. Not changing the ordinance. The ordinance allows you to carve out areas to allow hang gliding. It doesn't require changing the ordinance. It would simply require, like Councilmember said, a resolution, a policy that in writing allows for hang gliding in a specific defined area.
Okay. And then I would like to hear from the developers if they are amenable and what lots they're amenable to.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Knaus. I mean, first and foremost, I would hate to have another continuance. This is the third hearing at City Council. So what I would like to propose is potentially just adding condition of approval. That condition of approval could be somewhere in the realm of relocate 2 lots, work with the Director of Parks and Recreation to create a specific area in the lot be open space at the northwest corner of the site to accommodate for hang gliding flying per the code section that the city attorney cited.
Are you amenable to amending your motion, Councilmember Charette?
I'm a little nervous about it, frankly, because we don't have the authority to say, you can't sue them, and that's what they're asking for.
I think we've moved
Correct?
past that, and I think
What-
we've come to.
I'm sorry?
I think we've moved past that, and we've come to
But-
a healthy compromise
If
for
they're-
both.
If the two parties can agree, then I'm fine, but we can't guarantee that what's going to happen in the future and what's going to happen when, down the road. So,
Are you?
no, I'm not amenable to that. Let somebody make a substitute motion.
Then I would like to make a substitute motion to amend the track map to eliminate the parcels. The two parcels. And the northwest, right, northwest corner. And ask that the Park and Rec Director, in conjunction with the city attorney.
And I would just recommend you say
Conditions of
conditional
approval.
approval.
Conditional approval of the
And have
council.
the city manager's office
Do
designate.
that, okay.
To
So-
designate, yeah.
And with the conditions of approval added, I will second that motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mayor and council members, thank you very much. What we would like to do, rather than eliminate those lots, we would like the ability to relocate them.
My apologies, relocate the two lots, and then bring that back to council for approval, so.
And my second still stands.
Okay. Are you removing your second from Fred or me?
I second in your substitute motion.
Thank you. So there is a substitute motion by Councilmember Ortiz, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem.
And if we could reread just for a matter of
Yes.
clarity.
Madam City Clerk, could you read it for the record for the council and then call for the votes?
Okay. The substitute motion is to amend the track map and relocate the two lots, which is 327 and 1, with conditional approval. And I didn't get the last part, the city manager's office.
And direct the city attorney, city manager, and director of Park and Recreation to draw a draft, a resolution for flight access.
I'm sorry.
Replace, relocate.
Take the vote.
Yes, Councilmember Charette?
Just one more comment. I don't want to make the motion, which I've gotten out of that. But you folks feel like you can make that accommodation if we allow you to move them. You're not eliminating them, and you think that there's room somehow to move them on the property?
Honestly, I have very little faith that we can relocate them. We just requested the language relocate to give us the option.
So that gives you an option. Ideally would be to move forward.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes, and I want to say thank you for getting there, because it's a big deal, and I appreciate both of you so much for doing that, and to the city, thank you.
Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Charette voting in opposition.
Thank you, council. Again, thank you to both parties. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, moving
Mayor,
on to,
Mayor, I
Yes.
apologize. Can you close the hearing also?
oh, that's correct. I need to close the hearing at 8:06 PM.
I did.
And I can move on to the next.
And I also need to read the title of the ordinance. that's
Yes,
approved.
please, Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Okay. Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving specific plan amendment 23-01, amending the development code standards and guidelines of the original development plan and reducing the number of proposed single-family residential lots from 980 to, I guess it would be 325, taking out the two, to 325 within the University Hills specific plan, APNs 0265-041-12, 0265-051-12, and 13, 0265-061-16, 0265-011-06, 07, and 08, 0265-051-09, and 0265-021-13 pursuant to an addendum to the final subsequent environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, SCH number 20070711155, and dissolved development agreement number 08-02. I apologize, Mayor. I need to make a clarification. I said the lots would go from 980 to 325, and it's 327.
Thank you. Moving on to public hearing item number 6, public hearing on annexation number 53 to Community Facilities District 2019-1, Maintenance Services, EV Realty Ward 3. I'm opening the public hearing to consider annexation proceedings and elections for City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services annexation number 53 at 8:08 p.m. Could we begin with staff's presentation at this time?
Mayor, I'd like to move to. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I was going to make a motion to waive the presentation and proceed to adoption.
And I'll second.
Great. All right. Do we have any requests from the members of the public?
We have no request to speak for this item.
Okay. Has the city clerk received written protests?
I have received 0 written protests.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Are there any persons registered to vote within annexation number 53 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1? If so, how many registered voters are there?
The County of San Bernardino Register of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within annexation number 53 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1.
Thank you. I am now closing the public hearing at 8:09 p.m. May I have a motion to adopt resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, calling an election to submit to the qualified electors the question of levying a special tax within the area proposed to be annexed to Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 53.
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second.
Was that Councilmember?
That was Councilmember
and Flores?
Figueroa and seconded by Councilmember Flores.
Okay. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, declaring election results for Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 53.
I move to approve, sorry.
I would now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only ordinance number. Yes.
Sorry, there's still part of the script that I have to read. So the official ballots have been open and all votes are in favor of the proposition presented on the ballot, and the election is now closed.
Thank you. I would now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only ordinance number MC 1667. I believe there's a motion by Councilmember Ortiz. Second?
Second.
By Councilmember Flores. Madam City Clerk, please read the title of the ordinance into the record.
Mayor, let me take the vote. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
I'm a little confused. What number item is this?
Six.
Okay, yes.
And Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Okay.
ordinance number MC 1667, and an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, California, amending ordinance number MC 1522 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2026-2027 to pay the annual cost of the maintenance and servicing of lighting, streets, drainage, and reserve fund for capital replacement and administrative expenses with respect to City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1 maintenance services.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion and second.
Second. For which one are they on? What? Wait a second.
I think we're done with that item, right? Okay, sorry. There's too many steps in that one. Okay, moving on to item number 7. This one is moving to the next
Yeah, Madam Mayor
council
and
meeting. So public hearing
we
on,
request that you continue it to
Yes.
August 5th.
so public hearing on annexation number 54 to Community Facilities District 2019-1 maintenance services, Quick Quack Car Wash, Ward 2. Staff's requesting to continue this item to August 5th, 2026.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you. And there's a second, Councilmember Ibarra and Councilmember Ortiz.
Just to clarify, the motion was to continue, right, Councilmember? Okay.
To August 5th meeting, to continue to the August 5th meeting.
And there was
There's a motion, second.
motion by Ortiz.
Ibarra, and then Ortiz. Please call for the votes.
Okay. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. And just for clarification, I didn't have to open that hearing, right? Because we're just moving. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the next public hearing, item number 8, resolution approving street vacation 15.30-441 of a portion of an alleyway south of West Rialto Avenue and west of South Muscat Street and reservation of utilities therein, Ward 3. I'm opening public hearing at 8:14 p.m. Could city staff begin presentation?
Mayor, I move to waive the staff presentation.
And I'll second
Thank
that.
you. There's a motion by Ortiz, seconded by Figueroa, to waive the presentation. Do we have any requests to speak from the members of the public?
We have no request to speak for this item.
Thank you. I'm now closing the public hearing at 8:14, under 1 minute. Great. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
And I
Second.
will second.
And there's a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Ibarra and Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, council. We will now move on to public hearing item number 9. Public hearing on fiscal year 2026-27 assessment levies for previously formed assessment districts, all wards. I'm opening this public hearing at 8:15 p.m. Could city staff provide presentation on this item?
Mayor,
I
I'd
would like to waive the
Thank you, Mayor Pro
presentation.
Tem.
I'll second.
And then seconded by Ortiz to waive presentation. Do we have any requests to speak from the members of the public?
No request to speak on this item.
Thank you. I'm now closing the public hearing at 8:15 p.m. for deliberation action. Is there a motion or
I'll make
comments
a
by
motion
council?
to approve, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ibarra. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, council. Moving on to the last public hearing item, number 10, public hearing and resolution confirming assessments for delinquent solid waste collection service charges on the property tax roll for fiscal year 2026-27, all wards. I am opening the public hearing at 8:16 p.m. Could staff provide a presentation on this item?
Mayor, I'd like to waive the presentation.
And I will second that.
Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for waiving the presentation. Do we have any requests to speak from the members of the public?
We have one request to speak for this item. Zay Wei Lin.
please come up to the podium, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Sai Wei Lin. I'm the owner of one of the property. I have a problem with Bird-Tech because they have put 2 cans in my property. One is green can and one is blue can. And then afterwards, they start charging the service fee. However, those cans has never stayed on my property because every time they put on it, somebody is going to take it. So I addressed this issue with the Bird-Tech company, and they refused to speak to me. And this issue has never really resolved until this day. And the service for the blue can and green can has never done, but they still charge me. So I'm here just to propose that those charges be taken out from the service fee, and the service for the trash bin is okay, so I will pay that part of the charges. And this is only speak for myself. I see the agenda basically is opposing to put the lien on the property for all those people that doesn't pay that money. But here, I have to say that I'm only speaking for myself, for the charges on the property. That's all I need to say.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Okay, thank you. I'm closing the public hearing at 8:19 p.m. for deliberation action. Any comments from the council? I believe Councilman Ortiz, followed by Figueroa.
Thank you. I just, my first question is, everybody was duly noticed? And then, yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so he has a question. Is there someone he can speak directly to? I know Bird-Tech's here, but did you guys meet at the table at all? But you'll meet with them? Okay, so.
Yeah, we will follow up with him.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
They'll take care of it, Mr. Wei.
Yeah, yeah, there's going to be a representative that'll come speak to you, so, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Figueroa.
And that was kind of along the lines of what I was going to ask as well. Usually in the past, individuals were afforded an opportunity to pay any outstanding bills, and, so it sounds like that was already taken care of, and so that was really
Yes,
nice.
the Bird-Tech representative has been out in the lobby, available to take payments today.
Okay.
And they
that
can,
was really-
and the public can make payments through July 31st to avoid putting this on their lien, on their property.
Okay, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you, council. Thank you, staff.
Move to approve?
There's a motion by Councilman Ortiz. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Ibarra seconded. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas,
Yes.
Councilmember Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, council. We will now move on to city manager update. Mr. City Manager.
Madam Mayor and City Council, thank you for allowing me to present or to give an update. First, the city's Home Key project in partnership with Lutheran Social Services of Southern California and the county celebrated its grand opening yesterday. 120 of the 140 new units for men experiencing homelessness are low income or have complex health and social service needs are already occupied, in addition to LSSC's 70-bed emergency shelter currently in place. The city, I want to proudly announce that the city has named Luis Portillo as its new Economic Development Director. Portillo has Over 20 years of experience in economic development, regional partnerships, public policy, and corporate affairs, most recently as President and Chief Executive Officer of the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. A graduate of Cal State San Bernardino, Portillo also has worked for the Inland Empire Economic Partnership, Edison International, and the Governor's Office. I want to welcome him to San Bernardino. Preliminary fireworks enforcement results showed that the new social host ordinance, drone surveillance, additional enforcement, and public assistance netted positive results over the July 4th holiday period. In 2026, we had 501 calls versus 296. We had 39 civil penalties issued versus 7, 43 citations versus 11, 8 felony arrests versus 6, and we had 25,878 pounds of fireworks seized, and then 9 firearms recovered versus 6 the previous year, and we had 57 drone deployments.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes.
Mayor, may I? Yes. So you go back real quick, if you would?
Yes.
I'm sorry. So you had 39 citations issued the night of, and I think, 57 drone deployments. So will that number, so I guess is PD going to evaluate what's on the drone deployments and then issue an additional citation so that it could go up to almost 100? Is that my?
Let me check. Is someone from PD here? Could you answer that? Could someone from PD answer? It is possible? Yes, it is possible.
What's possible? So, okay, so each of the, I guess my question is, so each of those are that's not counted for in the 39?
Correct.
So the 39 were citations that night. So then drone deployments came from anybody that called that said, hey, there's illegal fireworks coming, and then they put the drones out?
Not every drone deployment resulted in a citation. The number represented there is indicative of how many times the drone was utilized that night. There could be additional citations based on some of those deployments, but we won't know that until after we get all the information in.
So is it possible then to separate, because I think it's important, right, as we're tracking our first year numbers, to delineate, like, so here's how the drone's working, and then here's how we're doing. So if, Mr. City Manager, if possible, we could separate those numbers. And then, I don't think it's PD, correct? It's the city's administrative penalty department that's going to, these are issued but not collected. So are we going to follow up on collection and enforcement?
Yes,
And then
that is
does
correct.
PD have any part in that, or is that just city portion of it? City
That's
attorney, right?
That's all.
Yeah, it'd be
That's all,
cities.
okay. All right, so your part's done. And then, so from the 501 calls responded, that's where each of it comes down to, right? So like the felony arrests were from the calls, or are they, so I guess my question is, all your data is included here, right? So you didn't have 8 felony arrests that didn't have anything to do with fireworks. You might
No,
have
this
additional
is
arrests.
all related to fireworks.
Okay, that's my question. So no, I mean, the drone stuff, I think, proved really a great addition to last year versus this year. So how did your team feel about using the
Well,
drone?
We felt like it was a busy night.
Yeah.
But overall, we see some positives out of the use of the drone. There's still a lot that we have to refine. We still need more drones. This was a trial run, as everyone knows, but we expect that this will continue to pay dividends.
That's awesome. So I guess, Mr. City Manager, in I guess 10,000-foot level, it'd be great, though, to start working with the chief and working with the team to start putting a plan, procedures together on how to make it better, how to make them feel good in how we're implementing each year. So, but these numbers are great. So thank you, Chief. Thank you to your team, and thank you, City Manager.
Thank you.
Thank you, PD.
Then moving on, the recent new kennels and play areas at the animal shelter. The recent expansion of the San Bernardino Animal Shelter is complete, which includes additional kennels and an upgraded play yard. The new shelter kennels brings the facility's total number to 274, which will help reduce overcrowding. The play yards have been outfitted with artificial turf, shade structures, agility equipment, and the pools for dogs to begin enrichment. And then finally, Love Your Block, Round 2 has begun. Community improvement projects will be starting soon for the Route 66 themed Love Your Block program. In the past week, grantees began receiving their funding for their projects, many of which are on the city's west side. Among the grantees are local Girl Scout Troop 1134, who will partner with Girl Scout Troop 1419 to construct a Lil Free library at Ann Sherrill's Park, and Hal Lacey, who will be painting a mural titled Connecting with the Past on Mount Vernon Avenue. And with that, I'm done. I want to thank you for allowing me to present.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We will now move on to public comments. At this time, public comments will be heard for items on the open session and items not on the agenda. To address the City Council, everyone must complete a speaker card and provide it to the City Clerk. Only those speaker cards turned into the City Clerk will be allowed to address the City Council. No late cards will be accepted. Each person should state their name for the record before beginning their comments. As your name is called, please line up in the order announced. We have 2 podiums available for your convenience. Please proceed to either one as soon as your name is called. Please note your name will only be called once. If you do not respond when called, you may forfeit your opportunity to speak. Comments from Zoom participants will be heard following in-person comments. If you require Spanish interpretation, we do have an interpreter on site. Please raise your hand at this time to indicate you would need interpreting assistance. In addition, we have interpreting and listening devices available in the back. We have 16 public comments tonight. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Mayor, Council, I want to start by asking you to look at this. It's just a cheap ballpoint pen. It's the kind of pen you have sitting right in front of you. It's the kind you use every day without even a thought. But a pen like this is one of the most powerful tools in the world. The crisis of homelessness on our streets was not accident. It was created stroke by pens just like this one. Signing 50 years of government decisions, we did not fall into a crisis. We were written into it. First, pens in Washington signed the trade deals that offshored our stable jobs. Then pens at the state and federal level signed off on budget that gutted public housing and closed psychiatric hospitals without funding community care. Locally, pens signed the zoning laws and red tape that made building affordable housing nearly impossible. But what is truly unacceptable is what's happening right now. Instead of taking accountability, governments are using these pens to write tickets, authorize sweeps, and sign laws that ban simply existing in public under the guise of public safety. But let's look at the facts. Statistics show that 90% of our crime in our community is committed by people in houses. So why are we targeting the people who have the least? To tell someone we used our pens to write away your jobs and your housing, and now we're going to use our pens to write you a ticket under the pretense of safety is a cruel joke. It shifts the blame onto the victim to cover up decades of government mistakes. So I have a direct challenge for the members of this council. Put down your pens and get out of your office. Step onto the street. Actually, meet your unhoused neighbors. Look them in the eyes. Listen to their stories. Hear their names. When you sit behind closed doors making decisions that penalize survival, we have to ask, who do you actually represent? Do you only resent people in the city that look like you and live like you and never have to worry about the stroke of a pen destroying their lives? We cannot undo 50 years of trade deals tonight, but we can choose how we respond right here. It's time to stop using your pens to punish and start using them to fix your mistakes. We need to sign off on cutting the red tape, support low-barrier community initiatives that restore human dignity and build safety nets our residents actually need. Stop treating this like it's an unsolvable tragedy. Step outside and face the people and start doing the work to fix this. Because we're all people, and we all should be treated like it, no matter how you live or what you think people should fit into your mold. There are different people, and that's what makes the world go round. But we didn't all cause this. It happened over years. And we're not responsible for it, but the government is, and you guys all had a part in it. All the government did. So let's just fix this. But stop condemning the people that it affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dominic Gutierrez. I just wanted to thank you guys for the ability to speak today. I want to thank all the public. I want to talk about the golf course. I want to talk about Shannon Hills some more. I want to thank you guys for the money allotted for the new netting. It's something that's very needed to keep the kids safe that are playing there. We know the kids are doing really well right now, and golf is trending. I just wanted to invite you all to the 25th, the actual council, each and every one of you, to come out to the golf course and play with us. We have a movement happening in the community, and people are really excited about it. We all know that whether it was the council, previous council's fault, or the fact that golf is a niche activity, that the golf course was neglected for a long time. And now we have to deal with the situation we have on our hands. The city doesn't want to lose a golf course. I'm pretty sure it's a very good resource for the city and for the kids. It's a good outlet. But I feel like earlier, Dr. Ortiz, you said something about common sense and being able to see the prostitutes on the street over there. I live on G Street. I drive by them all the time, right? I take my kids ask me, what's that? You know, what's going on out here? And so I feel like there's kind of a sense of either ignorance or unwillingness to see what's happening at the golf course. I have an article from 2024 where Mike Wynn is standing on a green, and it's beautiful green grass behind him. And it says, things are looking up for Shandon Hills. Well, since that time, it's not looking up. It's looking really down. And Arrowhead Country Club is looking up and better every day. And I've seen Kimberly Noss, I've seen Mayor, I've seen Mr. Charette, I've seen all of you guys at Arrowhead. I've never seen you at Shandon, and it's the city's golf course. I see Parks and Recreation, and I don't see any events happening at the golf course. And it would just seem to either be ignorance on the situation, and they just don't know about golf, and they don't know that the golf course exists, or you guys are willfully turning a blind eye to what's happening. To this day, there are still government property golf carts at Arrowhead. So the equipment from Shandon Hills is still at Arrowhead. There's checks from employees that are bouncing. These people, they love working at Shandon Hills. They love the community they're part of. They love what they do with the golf course. They're scared they're not even gonna have a golf course because it would seem like there's some sort of willful ignorance to see what's happening and the blatant conflict of interest that's happening. So I don't want to pick a fight or belittle anybody, but I just want to invite you all to come to the golf course because you don't need a warrant to go onto the golf course. You can drive around Arrowhead and see the comparison of what giving them the management contract has done to Shandon and how it's benefited Arrowhead. Just please come out, come see it.
Thank you. Next speaker,
I
please
just
state your
want to
name.
make
You
a
have
quick
3
comment,
minutes.
because Dominic, you said I haven't been there. I was just there with you on Sunday.
No, yeah, you
so-
were. Yeah, I know, 100%.
I've been there
I'm sorry about
numerous
that.
times.
Sorry,
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
I want to really
your comments
thank
are
you.
done, sir. Next comment, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Al Palazzo, Mayor, Council Member, City Manager. I am writing 2 papers on Route 66, Mount Vernon, 5th Street, and Foothill Boulevard. One paper will be my vision for the future. It will be stunning, spectacular, including zoning changes. The other paper will be stories of our history. For example, the Oasis Motel was owned by the ex-wife of Jim Arnaz, of Matt Dillon fame from the TV series Gunsmoke. Another actor, Philip Michael Thomas, attended Franklin with me, was my classmate, and graduated in our class in 1967, Fred. He was the lead actor in Miami Vice, the TV series. The Nicholas brothers were a dance team as good as Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. Fred was married to Dorothy Dandridge. Later, he was married to the sister of June Johnson. Her home on Medical Center Drive is now the property and parking lot of the New Hope Baptist Church. Her daughter was my childhood friend, Linda Johnson. Monsignor Nunez escaped Mexico when priests were being killed. The church, Our Lady of Guadalupe, was built to replace the old church on Pico, where I was baptized. It is celebrating its 100 years along with Route 66. Last year, Carmen, sister of Colonel Rodriguez, our Medal of Honor recipient from Mount Vernon, Gary and Sherry Deb and myself and other native sons, daughters, dedicated an original Camino Real bell at the TP Motel on Foothill Boulevard. Rialto and Rancho Cucamonga have similar bells on Foothill Boulevard. I want to welcome you, new Economic Development Director. I'll be honest with you, I'm disappointed. I've been trying for 50 years to share my vision for San Bernardino. I am going to be reaching out to you, and I'm going to continue to share my ideas to staff. And I hope you will take the time to listen to me, because rebuilding San Bernardino is a full-time job. And we have an excellent city manager, but that's a full-time job running the city. And I'm going to challenge you, as I will always continue to challenge mayors. Just this week, I attended the funeral of Judith Valles. She was so kind to me, to meet with me before she was elected when it was raining. And I remember that greatly. And so I have, a lot of you don't even remember the people I'm talking about, but you know that I will be here until I die. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Omar Williams, and I am here because I want to publicly endorse Virginia Marquez for City Council. Majority of my campaign was mostly about working together, mostly with people across the aisle or people who do not agree with you. In my opinion, I believe that she does that, and I just want to make sure that I publicly endorse her. I also want to reiterate that she believes in the city charter in terms of making sure it fits well for the city. If that means making changes, so be it. And I think that that's what she wants for the entire city and the First Ward. I also think that in terms of working with people, that means having uncomfortable conversations. And me and her have had those conversations. I'm also willing to work with people who don't necessarily agree with me, and I've been doing everything within my power to show up to every meeting that I can possibly find and just either introduce myself or speaking with anyone who's willing to listen. And she has done that, at least with me. And that is appreciative, and it goes a long way with me. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, in order for us to fix San Bernardino, we have to be able to have those uncomfortable conversations with people that we don't like, don't agree with, whatever the case may be, and figure out whatever solution to the situations and problems that we have. And moving forward, we get things done this year, next year, and to infinity, and making sure that we can all win. Because at the end of the day, that's what we all want, right? Or at least that's what we claim. So it's time to make sure that we get that straightened away, and also making sure that downtown gets fixed up sooner rather than later. I would love to see downtown be something similar to what Ontario does, Rialto does, and I think she can help us get to that point. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Dolores Armstead, and actually I've got 2 positives. One, I want to say thank you to Parks and Rec. They made a presentation to a community group yesterday, and it was eye-opening how many programs they have this summer especially for our youth, but for our residents. Thank you, council, but thank you, Park and Rec, for the programs that you're presenting. It was really eye-opening and very good to know. I want to thank the council for your decision on item 3 tonight. It was good to see you were not intimidated by that attorney. You guys were great, and it was just so heartening to see you guys stand by it and not allow that project to happen. Thank you. I have a question. McDonald's is back up. They want to appeal again. They were rejected by planning. You had citizens come out and talk against their sludge burgers. The council turned them down. So why are they appealing again? That's just a question you would know, but why would they appeal again? Unless corporate told them they better get over here and try and get that property. But why? We've already turned them down. We don't need another McDonald's, especially when we're having new development. We want something nice. We want a nice sit-down restaurant, not another sludge burger. And that was it. Oh, one last question. When are we getting our city hall back? You know, it's iconic, and we'd like to go to one place, and it's known all over the world, but when are you guys going to go back into it so we can be proud of our city hall? Everybody has a city hall but us. That's a question. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Mike Hartley. I always know what I'm going to say before I get here, and I read the agenda during the day. And then when I get here, you guys always bring up something that just lights my ass on fire, and I forget what I was going to talk about. This hotel, I'll tell you, next time I have to listen to an attorney for 20 minutes and then psychobabble BS, I want a mill supplied by the city, because that is ridiculous. I've never heard of an attorney talk like that. Absolute BS. That hotel is of many of San Bernardino. There's a lot of them look like that. Stores look like, liquor stores look like that. That's San Bernardino. We got to clean it up. How do we clean it up? Well, I think we clean it up by code enforcement. And the thing that really ticks me off about this whole constitutional stuff, you know what I was going to say, it was a 4-letter word. You cannot, a police officer goes into a place and he sees something that could cost somebody his life. It may not be what he was called there for, but if he didn't say anything and it burned down and people died, I guarantee you, a good lawyer, you're getting sued. And the sad part, you're going to settle. So to me, police did what they should have done and called code, because they saw it. And to see it, that's all the attorney's going to say is, did you see it? Okay, so I'm not an electrician, but when I looked at those pictures, I knew something was wrong. That's the most rinky-dink crap I've ever seen in my life. And if you looked in their junction boxes, I bet you they're all overloaded, ready for a fire, to extinguishers that don't work. So screw that. Now, what I was going to talk about is McDonald's. One thing I know about McDonald's is they do a lot of homework. They don't go to any place where they're going to fail. So they have obviously done their homework. They pay the money to do the homework, and then who follows? Well, other fast food places, because they know McDonald's has done their homework. And if somebody wants to put something on frickin' Baseline, let them do it. Because Baseline does look like a third world country. Highland looked like a third world country, and now we've got 40th Street looking like a third world country. So I'm in favor of the McDonald's. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Only 3 minutes. I have so much to say. One thing is, my name is Luis Ojeda. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I'm just going to ask you this for all of you guys, respectfully. Who has the bright idea to put 10 public hearings tonight? I mean, do you guys have any respect or consideration for the public? I mean, I'm okay, I can be here all night. But there's people that needs to go to work tomorrow. They get off work, they want to come, make a comment, go home, watch it online, and be on with the day and night, right? So I would ask you guys respectfully to be more considerate of the public, that we don't get paid to come here and voice our opinions. You guys do. So please consider that next time you do this. I want to talk to you guys about Encanto Park. Encanto Park has been in my mind for months, and I discussed it with the current council member, with the city manager, with the residents of the community. And finally, after 5 years, it was removed. It was burned 5 years ago, and it was removed like a couple of weeks ago, which I thank the city manager for. So the only thing that I want to ask all of you guys, not to wait 5 years to put another one. Please, it's needed in that community. Also, Chanting Hills Golf Course. I was reached out by Councilwoman Canas to work and see if we can bring this place back to life. And since we are the change, we're planning of helping to make the change. So I want to invite everyone that is real about wanting to do the right thing and to change this place. And one thing that I want to tell the public, this golf course belongs to the city. It's city-owned. And this is a plain example why cities or government shouldn't own anything, because you guys don't know how to run it. So either you're going to maintain it right, keep up with the maintenance, or get rid of it. That's my opinion, okay? Because it's shameful the way it is. I went over there, and it's very bad. So also talking about the McDonald's. So I want to support that because if somebody has a more authority to talk about a baseline, it's me. I have cleaned it up from the freeway to Waterman several times, and it's bad. And we should be paying McDonald's. They're willing to come to that place to open up one of their restaurants. So please approve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Tran, City Council, and community. My name is Yvette Romero. I'm a resident of Ward 1. And actually a resident on Baseline, so I think I have authority to say what's going on Baseline and Sierra. So why are we here back talking about McDonald's? Leaders in the community came before you. We brought public health data, economic development data, your own environmental scan that the city did, and San Bernardino general plan that with plans of mixed use on commercial corridors. We brought you the transit-oriented overlay. We even brought you Senator Eloise Gomez-Reyes. We brought evidence that this corridor was intended for something different. Let's not forget the applicant is applying for a CUP, meaning they want to build what is not approved to be there. There's very little else the community can do when we have followed the process, relied on the city's own policies, and presented the facts. What concerns me the most is not disagreement, because healthy disagreement is part of good government. What concerns me is when the city's own plans, the recommendations of the Planning Commission, your own decision, and the voices of residents and community leaders all point in one direction, and we still think there's a discussion to be had. If we have the evidence that simply adding another McDonald's is not good for San Bernardino, then why do we keep trying to move away from the very vision that the city has already planned? The community deserves that one answer. We're not asking you to invent a new vision. We're asking you to follow the one that the city has already created. I hope tonight's decision reflects that commitment. And Mayor Tran, you mentioned at the last meeting you met with McDonald's. We've been trying, your constituents, to meet with you since March. And to discuss the launch pad, our development that just broke ground last week, and the Baseline corridor. We have invited you to participate in our belonging and civic muscle cohort that we're involved with through the Inland Empire Vital Conditions Networks, and still have not received a response. I would appreciate it if you treat our meeting, your constituents, as the same sense of urgency you did when McDonald's asked to meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ruben Mendoza, Ward 7 resident. And unfortunately, I'm here to speak about McDonald's again. I'm not here to share any more stats. We already had 3 meetings to do so before this one. But what I am here to speak on is about land use precedent and how our leaders on the dais are supposed to facilitate a responsible path forward. The last time we were here to speak about McDonald's, Councilmember Canal said 2 things that resonated with me. 1, we have to start saying no. 2, accountability falls not just on the community, but on the council as well. I hope that Councilmember Canal still feels this way today, and that her colleagues share the same sentiment if she does. Today, we aren't voting on anything, but having yet another discussion around a premise brought forward by Councilmember Flores that was already discussed at length before. According to the agenda packet, proper notice was issued to more than 600 occupants and 300 property owners within a 1,000-foot radius, surpassing the 500-foot requirement. The last time we were here, the individual representing McDonald's admitted to only knocking on 10 to 15 doors, but no one answered. Outreach protocol was followed. No one is challenging that. And we also took it upon ourselves organizationally to alert the community, some of whom showed up to this council or planning commission or interacted with social media posts that totaled more than 60,000 views across multiple CBOs. It was also stated that this development would comply with the development code and improve the appearance of an underutilized property. It's a CUP, conditional use permit, and of course, just about anything minus a liquor store, car wash, storage facility, or McDonald's would make any vacant property look better. Theodore Sanchez, you and I had a pleasant run at Studio D. You claim that we need McDonald's because we are dealing with a vacancy issue and that the immediate community is a food desert. Yes, vacancy is an issue, but the mentality that something is better than nothing is exactly the kind of thought process that resulted in you losing your seat in the primaries. A food desert, as defined by Britannica, is an impoverished area where residents lack access to healthy foods. Y'all need to stand on business and facilitate responsible land use development. Just because McDonald's started their empire here, it doesn't mean that we should settle for them today or ever.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm just here to say for you guys not to reconsider McDonald's. The community came and said that they didn't want it, and the Planning Commission also said that that this was not a good idea, and you guys did not approve the appeal. So I would hope that you guys don't change your votes. The people that did vote not to consider the appeal, because this will be our 9th McDonald's. I keep making this point, but why do we need a 9th McDonald's in our city when we already have 8? Our neighboring cities don't even have the same amount. I know those cities aren't as big as San Bernardino, but come on. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Victor Gonzalez. I'm Vice President of West Coast Arborists, and I'm here before you to express our gratitude for your consideration this evening on a tree maintenance contract that will be presented before you under the consent calendar. We've been a proud public partner with the city, and for many years providing tree care services for a variety of ways, through routine maintenance all the way through emergency work and cleanup. Earlier tonight, I had our workforce that was in attendance, and in consideration of their early start times, I asked them to kindly go home and go home to their families and rehydrate. They're working under extreme heat conditions, but nevertheless, they're proud, hardworking workers, part of the LIUNA Local 783, and so they're here. Most of them are city residents, also county residents as well. So I just come before you to express our gratitude for your consideration. And if you have any questions, I'll be more happy to answer.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Robert Carrillo, proud San Bernardino resident. This is regarding item 34. Less than a month ago, this council heard testimony. You've already heard about it, and by a 4-3 vote, you denied the appeal. Tonight, I have 10 questions. Question 1, what has materially changed in less than 30 days? Question 2, what new evidence exists today that did not exist when the council made its decision? Question 3, if nothing has materially changed, why are the people of San Bernardino being asked to relitigate this? At the last hearing, Councilmember Ortiz challenged us to do more than say no. We accepted that challenge. Last week, we met with the property owner's real estate representative at my office and began discussing an alternative future for this site. So we can do this. Question 4. Isn't that exactly what meaningful community engagement is supposed to look like? Now, let me tell you what I know firsthand. On July 14th, 2025, in an in-person meeting, Mayor Tran told me personally that McDonald's was moving to this site. Not that she hoped it would, not that she believed it might. She spoke as though it were already decided. Then, on the day the council hearing, the last council hearing here, before you voted, an individual introduced as Mayor Tran's consultant came to my office and told my team, and I quote, it's a done deal. McDonald's is going to get their way and that we were wasting our time coming here. A mayor's consultant told us that civic engagement was a waste of time. Thankfully, the council proved that prediction wrong, but now we're back. Question 5. Why was someone outside this chamber so certain of the outcome before the council even voted? I want to know who attended the meetings, right, between the representatives of McDonald's and members of city leadership before the hearing. Those meetings were publicly disclosed after the city attorney reminded folks to disclose them. Question 6 is who attended. Question 7 is what was discussed. Question 8, if this process can withstand scrutiny, why not welcome it? Question 9, at what point does a community's voice become final? And question 10, if a well-funded applicant can keep coming back after losing, what exactly are we asking the people of San Bernardino to believe about this process? This isn't about McDonald's, it's about trust, because once people lose faith in the process, they lose faith in the institution. So I love this city enough to ask these tough questions.
Thank
I
you.
respectfully ask
Your time
that
is
this
over.
council
Thank you,
remove
sir.
item 34,
Thank you, sir.
honor
Thank
the decision
you.
the council and demonstrate that in San Bernardino,
Thank you. Moving on to consent calendar items. Is that all?
Sorry, we have a Zoom comment as well. Sarah, you have 3 minutes. Sarah, you have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself.
I think she's unmuted. All right. Does that conclude our public comments? Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar, items 11 to 33. Mr. City Manager, do you have any announcements or any polls?
I have no polls.
Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes, I just have some feedback for staff on item number 33.
33. Mayor Pro Tem?
Item number 15, I do need to recuse myself, being that my place of employment does have a contract with the Community Action Project, so I will have to recuse, so if I could pull that item.
Hi, I want to acknowledge the passage. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Hopefully you can.
Do we want to take the?
We could let her speak.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Sarah, I want to acknowledge the passage of SB 707, which updates the Brown Act, requiring local government agencies to offer two-way telephonic or audiovisual access for public meetings. And thank you for the state legislators who supported this. I understand this is a step in the right direction, and although the city of San Bernardino did not choose to implement this on their own, I still believe this change represents meaningful progress. Now that community members can participate in council meetings remotely, this creates a significantly better pathway for ADA accommodations and ensures that individuals with disabilities have more equitable access to civic engagement. It's an important step forward, making these meetings more inclusive and accessible for everyone. Of course, there's still room for improvement. I encourage the city to continue discussing additional ways to ensure that all residents, regardless of disability, technology access, or other barriers, can fully participate. On the matter of transparency, I also want to bring to the attention the difficulty in getting public records. There shouldn't be a great challenge in getting them, and shouldn't there be a reason provided for extensions? I've had numerous requests being extended with no reasonable reason. I see Sonia Carvalho on the agenda, yet she's not present. I'm not sure why that happened. I'm just looking forward and in closing, I want to stay positive. I'm looking forward to the fall and the upcoming election season. Hopefully, we gather our support and we can plan for the general plan and a redevelopment of the downtown. Thank you. I appreciate your work.
Thank you so much.
There are no more speakers.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the consent calendar, Councilmember Sanchez, do you have any polls?
No polls.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
Just 12, 20, and 32, please.
No 19? Okay, so 12, 20, 32 for you. Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa?
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Flores?
No polls, but I will be abstaining from item number 15 as I do have a conflict of interest because I sit on the Community Action Partnership San Bernardino County Board.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette? Thank you. There's a motion to approve the balance.
Second.
Thank you.
Who made the motion to approve the ballots?
Councilmember Ortiz, seconded by Councilmember Flores.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Oh, actually, wait. I need to, for the record, recuse myself on item 18 because of campaign contributions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Consent calendar balance passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. We'll start with item 12, Councilmember Ortiz.
Just a quick comment. I just wanted to, as we move forward, just thank everybody who took part in the elections, and as we certified, just know that you have one more to go in November. And I want to thank the city clerk's office for all of their work, and I heard really good feedback from candidates about being able to get a hold of you and have their questions answered. So thank you for that, and I move to approve this item.
Thank you. There's a motion.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. There's a second. Call for the votes, please.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Item 20, Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question is, so Baseline, Highland, East Street are really important, and I know they didn't qualify under the last facade, or not all the area, it was mostly downtown. So here's $200,000 being given to the Entrepreneurial Resource Center, but how do we guarantee that we can start using this to really, because there are businesses that really want to be a part of this. And so my concern is, like, are we relinquishing funds and they're going to have their designation, or are we able to really put businesses that need it in touch now? Are we unblocked from just being in the downtown corridor or wherever the facade program was specific to?
So, the person, I'm not sure if Stephanie's here. Do you want to speak to it? I'll speak to part of it. Part of it is the ARPA ends at the end of this year. And so for timing purposes, I don't believe that we had enough funds being allocated from this for the facade program. So we wanted to make sure and use those funds that were coming from ARPA. And so that's why we're recommending moving it to an eligible project that already received funding through ARPA, because it had to be a project that already had ARPA funds in it. That's where we're transferring it. She can, Stephanie can probably answer your question regarding the facade program, why we need to move it from there.
So to answer one of your questions, so we are still focusing on the businesses in the corridors that have been identified as part of the program. So relinquishing the funds doesn't necessarily mean that we've now opened up the different corridors. We're still bound by those based on the federal guidelines. So until the end of the year or the exhaustion of the program. If we were to move forward in future years with a similar program, we could set the boundaries to wherever in the city we needed to. So we're currently still focusing on businesses within the identified corridors. We just realized that through an internal audit that we weren't going to be able to expend all of the rest of the funds we had in the program before the deadline. because we needed to have businesses committed to funding by a certain time so that they could complete their improvements.
So now one project gets 200 grand?
Well, the ERC, which was previously awarded through ARPA, we designated internally because it was an already existing ARPA-funded program, that if we split the funds that we had left, we awarded the ERC $200,000. That would allow them to continue helping businesses within our city and within the area to continue programming and helping small businesses.
Can they help other businesses with facade improvements outside of the corridor?
Not outside of the identified corridors currently in the program.
So they can only help businesses, I guess that's my, if they can expend the money, but it can only be expended to businesses within the corridor, why didn't we do that?
So let me clarify.
Yeah.
So the facade program and the ERC, separate functions. There's not going to be overlapping as far as them designating funds to businesses within the facade program. So we currently have the facade program. We're reallocating $200,000 from that program to be used by the ERC for their separate functions to help small businesses with programs, with resources to start their businesses, completely separate from facade.
I get that, but I just don't. We're taking from the facade improvement paintbrush program and we're giving it to the Entrepreneurial Resource Center to do not facade improvements, but programming functions and stuff like that. So I just wish, but it all, I guess my question is, we have to give money to somebody to do what we weren't able to do. So how are they going to do it? Or does it just alleviate us from a $200,000 forfeit? Is that really what it is either they get it or we don't, or we lose it?
We didn't want to lose the ability to use the funding in general.
But we're not using it, they are.
But it's still a city program. It's ARPA funded by previous designations from the city through ARPA. So instead of having to forfeit funds back to the federal government at the end of the program, we chose to reallocate those $200,000 to an already existing program that has been funded by ARPA so that they could continue work and we wouldn't lose out on any funding.
I understand. I think it's just frustrating we didn't find another place to put $200,000, given the need in the downtown. So when we look at this, and you and I have had this discussion in the past, is when we look forward to whatever, when we start, and I look at Lewis, right, our guy that goes up north, we got to start looking at stuff that's advantageous. I mean, I get this will be great for the ERC, but when we're looking to do facade improvements, we just found out that downtown is not the place to do it because it's not necessary. But you have people on Highland and Baseline and East Street and Waterman that are all looking for an opportunity like this that we can't deliver. So that's my comment. So I move to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilmember Sanchez. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Mayor, on
Thank
item,
you.
on item 15, for the consent calendar, Councilmember Flores was the second for that item, but he recused himself on item 15. If I can just get a replacement second, whoever wants to second that item, then we can make the update.
Second.
Thank you.
19 also. 32.
Thank you, Council. It's 9:10 p.m. Since we reached 9 p.m., I just need Council to allow to continue beyond 10 if needed. I think we're at the end. So can I just have?
I'll make a motion.
There's a motion?
I'll second.
Oh, there's a motion second.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Council. Councilmember Ortiz for item 32.
Yeah, I have concerns with this. I absolutely nothing but complaints about Wildan, and I think we need to evaluate what we're doing here, especially at a cost of $700,000 to the city. And so I just don't think having, I think we need to look elsewhere, and I think we need to start doing that now. And so I would actually move to reject this and ask staff to reevaluate our agreements for on-call professional engineering.
Move to approve.
One question, okay, if you could give me 1 minute. Are we out of money already for that? Because we're asking for the 700,000. So if they reject this, if you reject this, Councilmember Ortiz and Councilmember Sanchez, I'd request that you at least give a 6 month, you could reduce the amount, 6 months extension or 1 year extension. My concern is if we don't give some extension, you hear complaints about Wildan, but the other option is we won't have any staffing or outside consultants to do development review at that point, which will then slow the projects down even further than what your concern is.
My motion was to
So if we could at least get a
approve.
6 month, at least a 6 month or a 1 year extension.
Well, then I'd like to make a motion that it's a 6 month extension and an evaluation of their
Yeah, I'm
productivity
fine with that.
and what projects they're doing, their timelines. I mean, I think, given how many developers and stuff are coming through our city, I think we need, before we hand someone upwards of, not to exceed in a $3.5 million over the course, I think we need an evaluation of productivity. So if the council be amenable, I'd like to make it a 6 month extension with a review back to us by November of their work product, timelines, and expectations.
Thank you. There's a motion by Councilmember Ortiz to that effect. Is there a second? If not, there is a substitute motion by Councilmember Sanchez.
I'll second, but can we be amenable to just do another RFP and see what other engineering firms are out there?
Yeah, we could do that in that timeframe.
I would amend, yeah, so an RFP, open RFP would.
Okay, there's a motion. Yeah.
Yeah, can I allow me to speak first? Let me introduce you first to Oliver. He's our new civil engineering division manager who is overseeing land development. This process, we went through a process of reviewing RFPs, as you can see in the staff report.
I understand, but I'm
Yeah.
telling you, I'm not getting any good feedback on Wildan. And so I think we need, I get that they've applied, but just because you apply doesn't mean you're the best candidate. And so do me a favor, go back and come back in 6 months and give us a report of what they're doing.
We can do that if you'd like. But
do.
as far as the RFP goes, they did compete against other very good companies like Bureau Veritas, TK Engineering, and they were the most qualified. We went through, a vigorous time, and so
I understand. I'm telling you, I get it, but I'm not getting good feedback. And so you could take that but that's what I'm saying. If you could show the results, right? Like, because all I hear is no one's ever available. When someone's on vacation, they don't get responses back. So express these concerns, and I would say 6 months, revisit it. Come back in 6 months and say, like, hey, where's your work product? What's your timelines? Who available? Because this is $700,000 for a 3-year term with a 2-year, 1-year optional extension. And we want a good work product, and just because someone, I think it's become an issue. That's all I'm saying.
Sounds like 6 month extension, come back with a report, show that data, and council may approve the contract to continue with that proven data. I think that sounds like it's what the council is wanting to see.
Will do.
Right, to show a performance.
Yeah, we can do
right?
that.
And if the performance does show in the data, then council will just go ahead and proceed with the contract. Okay, and it's not to say straight no, it's 6 months, come back, and that's it. There's a motion to that, there's a second to that. Councilmember Charette, did you have a question?
I just clarify the motion. I think I understand it now. We're going to approve it, but for only 6 months. But my question is, we've gone through a process, an extensive process. We've worked with Willdan for a long, long time. They are a big company. They have a pretty good reputation, I think. In that 6-month period, are you able to kind of determine and maybe even do a survey of developers? I mean, what kind of feedback are you folks getting? I mean, a council member may be getting feedback from 1 or 2 or 5 developers, but there may be 300 developers out there, and the other 295 might be perfectly fine. So I'd like to hear from you folks on the ones that work with it on a day-to-day basis.
So what we would probably end up doing is anytime a plan check would come in, we would start a timer and see how long it takes for them to respond, how long it takes for them to get plans back to us and back to the developers and things of that nature. And that way we have a breakdown for you guys in 6 months saying, hey, on average it takes 5 business days or 7 business days to get back. Even when people are on vacation, which obviously everybody takes vacation, there's still, it goes from 5 business days to 6 business days or something of that, sort. And that's kind of the breakdown.
Who determines the length of time, 4, 5, 6 days? Because if you give someone 5, that's not enough, they're going to want 4.
So
you start giving them 4, that's not enough, they're going to want in 3. I mean, so I know how the business community works, and developers willing to pay double. I know, they've said to me, they're willing to pay double to get something faster.
So the RFP actually requires that it's done within 15 business days, which is 3 weeks. So essentially using that as the baseline, as long as they're beating that, they're within the RFP requirements, which means that I don't think we could penalize them for that per se. But if they're beating that by a long shot by, like, let's say 5 business days or 6 business days, you can actually go against the baseline to show that they are doing a proper job. And that's probably the data that we would be looking for.
Okay, and of course, there's not going to be anything to compare that against, only with them. Because the others won't have the same opportunity to say, well, you're saying 15 days, but I can do it in 14 days. So, and of course, I'd love to hear that.
So we had the RFP process out, and we had, I think it was 8 bidders total that qualified. Of the 8 bidders, Willdan was the best. So they did compete against other people. So now essentially what they're doing is competing against the contract. And if they can meet the contract requirements, then I don't see why we would strip them of that.
Okay. All right. So you're satisfied with a 6-month extension? I mean, so that we don't throw a monkey wrench in the process?
Yeah. If you don't give us the 6 months, we would have no consultant.
We'd be in
hand.
trouble.
Yeah, we'd be in a little bit of trouble.
But you think that you can get a good analysis within a 6-month period?
Yeah, I think so. And
to bring back to us?
Yeah, I think so. And for whatever reason, if we can't, we would ask for an extension of another 6 months or something of that nature, and we can go from there.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Council Member. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, yes, Mayor Tran, Councilmember Ortiz, City Council. I would say 6 months, but you also need to put a price in there, and I'd either put 350 or 700,000 in your price.
Well, 350 would be half of the 1 year,
Yeah.
so
If you
a
want to do
contract
that,
agreement
that's
for
fine.
350,000.
My only concern is the less you make it, if we hit that cap, then it could stop reviews. That's my only concern.
Well, all the
with it.
more reason to make sure they're being diligent and doing
Yeah.
the things that we need to have done. Because I just think, like, if you.
No, I understand the concerns. I just want to make sure that we don't create new problems for ourselves.
Would we exceed more than half in the next 5 months?
I don't know.
Well, it's
but-
also, excuse me, it's also a not to exceed, if I
Yeah,
can just
it's not
interject
to
that.
exceed, yeah, so it's not that we would
Okay,
expend.
so
yeah,
you can leave the amount at 700,000?
700,000 not to exceed.
Yeah, but just give us the
And bring
report
back
back
6 months.
in 6 months,
I'm good
please.
with that.
And I would encourage not to wait till the 6-month mark, as if you get the report and analysis sooner, come back. So that way we could really have either a discussion or revisit that sooner than later, right? Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, I just really don't want everybody to keep feeling like if there are complaints, like to Fred's point, Councilman Charette's point, right, it could be just a handful or it could be a lot, but if we never test efficiency and effectiveness, we're never going to know. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ibarra.
This is for staff. Is it possible that we can also ask Willdan to do like a 24-hour turnaround on responding on those plan checks? Instead of, you said 15 business days?
15, so 3 weeks, yes.
They take
is-
3 weeks to respond to a plan check?
Well, depending on how extensive the plan check is, but that's the allotted amount of time. So let's say they have a
Is
retaining
that the
wall.
allotted legal time that,
That's the allotted contract time. So
because
that's
this
what
is
we
why
allow
we
them.
can't, this is why our city's falling behind. You know, we have consultants and contractors that when they get a chance, they'll get to it. And that shouldn't be how we function out here in our city. We're losing a lot of developments to other cities because they're faster. And if we're gonna keep renewing this contract with them, I would like to see them perform faster. Unless it's only one engineer that we're hiring for $700,000 a year.
No, it's not one.
Okay, so can you relay that to them, that they need to respond faster?
I can let them know.
Not the 3 weeks, that's too long.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I think a lot of this circumferences around actual performance within our contracts that we have within the city. I myself have brought forward concerns regarding vendors various times throughout my 1 year and 7 months now of being a council person. So I do wholeheartedly agree with Councilmember Ortiz, but I think we need to have a little bit more further discussion in regards to just our expectations as a city. We continually talk about raising the bar. On the onset of me becoming a council person, I was sent photos of one of our vendors literally driving their vehicle up and destroying landscaping on a median, and I was told, but they're a great vendor. So I think that we have to evaluate what we consider performance beyond just RFPs. And I think even in considering performance, how we write our RFPs should be indicative of the performance that we expect as a city.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay.
Mayor, can I clarify? So the motion is by Councilmember Ortiz with the second with Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
But Councilmember Ibarra asked for a RFP. Is that also being included in the motion?
Well, no, I think we need to amend that because at this point it's an extension of 6 months with a not to exceed amount, and to bring back to council for a report probably prior to the 6-month period, giving staff that time for an assessment, performance assessment report, so that council could revisit the contract approval, because it has gone through a thorough RFP process.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, council. Councilman Ibarra, item 33.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I was looking at item 33, and it didn't specify what kind of solar lights. I know when the solar lights were done on E Street, they didn't install new lights. They just put the solar light on the top of the Candelarias, and that was a $250,000 project. Very cost-effective. The lights do work. So I'm trying to figure out, according to the bids that I see here, one of them that was provided, it has almost half a million to furnish and install ornamental poles with foundation. Are you installing new lights where these are going to be going, where there's no Candelarias, or can we remove that line item and they can install in we have Candelarias all over the city. There's no need to get new poles. That's a lot of money. I'm just trying to figure out like how many streets we're talking about when we're approving this. To me, it looks like it's just a random proposal that we're giving with the prices.
This is to reject.
No, I understand, but when it comes back to us, we need to have that information provided to us, and it's not. So that concerns me when something like this gets put on the consent calendar. Just for the future, when you do bring it back to us, we need to find out if they're going to install these poles where there's no poles versus where there's poles already. Because, like I said, on E Street, we didn't have to exchange any poles.
Can I make a comment on, respond to your comment, Council? This was intended for locations that are dark in the city. There is no street lights, and I'm not going to go through the SCE approval process to install lights in areas where it's dark in the city. So that's what this intention. And with a budget of $150,000 that I have, If I honor this contract, I'm going to be only installing 15 part of the 150,000 that I have currently in the budget. So that's why I'm rejecting the bid. Probably have to come back, rescope it, and go out to bid again.
Okay, thank you for answering.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Council.
I make a motion that we reject these bids.
Thank you, and seconded by Councilmember Ortiz. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas,
Yes.
Councilmember Flores.
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Now we move on to discussions. We have two items, and I believe one of the item 35, has been pulled by Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Madam Mayor. 35 is being requested to be pulled and moved to a future meeting.
Thank you so much. Item 34, reconsideration of item 3 on June 17, 2026, Council Agenda, Appeal 26-09, Subdivision 26-03, Tentative Parcel Map Number 21096, and Conditional Use Permit 25-02, McDonald's. Mr. City Manager, can you provide
Mayor,
a comment?
Mayor, I'd like to move to reconsider adoption of resolution number 226.
Okay, there's a motion.
Can you repeat the motion, Mario?
It's a reconsideration of item 13, number 3, that was heard on June 17th, 2026.
I have some comments before we take a vote.
Okay. There was a motion to move forward with the reconsideration. Is there a second? Would you like to make a comment, Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes, I want to thank Robert for his comments, actually, because I too became aware, Mayor, that you were trying to get support for the McDonald's project. That person confided in me and told me, and they told me they don't want a McDonald's. They're a Second Ward resident. They're very concerned. So I just wanted to thank Robert because I also heard it on my end. The fact that you have a veto power, Mayor, and you wanted this project, you could have vetoed it, but not have my colleagues change their vote. How this came out, I feel that that's what you did with one of my colleagues, that you swayed them into changing their vote. And that's my only comment I want to make.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second for the reconsideration?
Well, I'd like to hear all the information, so I'll definitely second it so we can come back and have a broader discussion about it.
Thank you. There's a motion second. Councilmember Charette?
Was there a second to that? Okay, and what I was going to ask is, I'd like it to be explained why and how we are here and what the process really is going forward. If it's my understanding that we will not be voting on this tonight, we're just voting to reconsider, which means it'll all come back later. And I think that needs to be explained to the public.
So, yes, ma'am, I can explain it simply and then go into further explanation if the council, just on the process alone. It's a reconsideration tonight. If it passes the reconsideration, then it'll come back. We were talking because it'll have to be a new public hearing. Just to be on the safe side, we would probably recommend it be the second meeting in August, which would be August 19th. That way we can get proper noticing out to the public. And then it would come back for another new hearing on August 19th, and then the city council would take consideration and action at that meeting.
Thank you. Does that?
Just further explanation of how this actually gets on tonight's agenda for reconsideration.
Sure. We consulted when this was brought forward for a possible reconsideration. My office consulted with the attorney's office, and in reviewing all the rules, it had to be by a certain date. I think it was like 12 or 14 days, 15. It had to be within 15 days after the initial action, and it had to be without a council meeting happening in between. So there was no council meetings that happened between. Had to be within 15 days. And I believe, was there a third condition?
Yes, and the person making the motion had to have voted in the majority.
In the majority.
And the legal authority is in your development code, section 19.52.140.
Is that? Thank you. So there's a motion second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Canas,
Yes.
Councilmember Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Barb voting in opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, council. Moving on to mayor and city council updates. Councilmember Ibarra. Councilmember Ibarra. Any council updates?
None to report, but I do ask that we end our meeting in a moment of silence for former Mayor Valles and Ms. Faye Aldridge.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to give, I know Mr. Ojeda announced it. I thank you for coming up and thank you for being a part of the event that we are having on July 25th. Many community, when I came into office, approached me regarding Shannon Hills Golf Course, expressing their concerns, but also just their passion about the course. I myself, that's where I learned to golf. My dad took me and my sister there to take golf lessons when we were little. It is definitely an asset that we do have in our community. I was just there on Sunday with my son. It was the first time he was able to pick up a golf club. So this event, it is meaningful. It's more than just a golf tournament. It really is an opportunity for us to invite the public, for them to also be introduced to the game of golf, but also for us to fellowship as a community. There will be a community picnic. So I invite everyone out, including the council, on July 25th. The tournament starts at 8 a.m., and the community picnic and the workshop activities all will kick off at 10 a.m. And that, again, is July 25th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Sanchez?
No comments tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Canas, for bringing that up. I wanted to, tomorrow night, if you guys know, is the, oh my goodness, the park. Sizzling Summer Concerts. It's a great opportunity to show up. They are at, it's Nunez, right? No, Wildwood? Still at Wildwood, okay. So Wildwood Park, and it's been, it's a country night. So grab your hats, grab your boots, grab your ladies and your horses, and come on down. This has been a really good series, and I've super appreciated Park and Rec for that. And then there is a Christmas in July thing I was just told about. So that's going to be great for the community. So if you want to stay up with everything, Park and Recreation is doing an awesome job on their Facebook of getting, and Instagram. I'm loving all of the things, so thank you for that. I want to additionally welcome our Economic Development Director for coming. Super excited to have you here, and as an alumni of Cal State, it's great to see you come to the city of San Bernardino. I do want to reach out. There were some residents during the break who wanted to appreciate the council for what we did for the hotel. I just want you to know, like, in 2026, like, we're just matching energy. And if for anybody that keeps coming to this council and talks to us like you're out of your mind and crazy, that's just not going to fly. It's just not going to happen. But I do, to the mayor, and my, zest for the city, I do apologize, because I know you were doing great. You were doing an awesome job, and so I didn't mean to speak over you, so I do apologize for that. But I appreciate you giving me the time, to all of my colleagues, and I just want to express the community's gratitude to all of us for holding steadfast and making sure that no one feels like they can violate codes any more than they can violate criminal law in our city. So thank you, Mayor.
No, thank you. It was a sensitive issue, and it's very, it's a concerning issue that we all care. So thank you. Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes, thank you. I feel like so much has happened since the last meeting. We've been gone for a while. I did host a community meeting a couple Saturdays ago where our guest speaker was from Southern California, Edison, Karina Cabrera. Just wanted to say a big thank you. It was well attended. We had lots of residents there from, not just from the Third Ward, but from all over the city as well, and even some neighboring cities as well. I think there were some people from Highland and Colton there also. Mr. City Manager, Eric, thank you so much for being there. You were present there also, and so I appreciate your attendance there, and for all our staff and all the work that they do as well. And then National Night Out is coming up. It's always such a great event. It's going to be held at Lattle Creek Park. It'll be August 4th at Lattle Creek Park again on K Street from 4 p.m. to about 7 p.m. It's always a great turnout, lots of activities, events. Our police department puts on it's a great outing. It's a national night out, and I really appreciate our police department for what they do, all our staff, our parks, and everybody who has a hand in that as well, the volunteers, the vendors, and everybody who's there. So please come out on that Tuesday night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Flores?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to remind everyone that this Saturday, July 18th, we're going to be having our Starlight Cinema over at Hudson Park, featuring the movie The Grinch. And I really want to thank park staff because last month on the 13th, we had a great turnout over at Zootopia 2 in Dolman Heights. And I'm really looking forward to next month, August 15th, for our movie at the park at Nicholson Park, featuring Detective Pikachu. And that's it. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Charette?
Mayor, I have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ibarra, regarding about the moment of silence. Before we adjourn tonight's meeting, I want to take a moment to honor two individuals who meant a great deal to our city. Former Mayor Judith Valles led San Bernardino with vision, tenacity, and a deep love for this community. She made a history as our city's first Hispanic mayor, and her decades of service, first as an educator, then as our mayor, and later as a member of our water board, shaped this city for the better. Her legacy will continue to inspire San Bernardino for generations to come. We also remember Faye Aldridge, a cherished member of our community, whose presence and contributions will be deeply missed. On behalf of the City Council and all of San Bernardino, I want to extend our deepest condolences to both of their families and loved ones. Please join me in a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. The meeting is now adjourned at 9:38 p.m. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and the Mayor and City Council acting as the San Bernardino City Housing Authority and Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino acting as the San Bernardino Joint Powers Finance Authority will adjourn to the regular meeting to be held August 5th, 2026 at the Feldheim Central Library located at 555 West 6th Street, San Bernardino, California, 92410. Closed session will begin at 4 p.m. and open session will begin at 5 p.m. Good night, everyone, and get home safely.